Oh, wow. Huh. All right. Oh, I think we got the wrong color for this kind of music. It's just. God damn it. Seriously? There we go. This is a better mix. How's everyone doing? Welcome to Cocktail Hour. Having a mojito myself. Feel free to make yourself whatever you want. I'd make one for you, but I ain't there. Let's, go. Whoops. Hey, the blonde artist. I know it is hot out there. I might crack a window. A little better, yeah. Oh, you sick, Cybercat? I'm sorry about that. Cybercat Zach? Hey, Contaminated Skull. What is up with you? How are you chilling out today? This Monday. Can't believe it's fucking Monday, man. You know, it depends. Do you feel seduced? If you do, cool. If not, that's cool too. I did not hear about Ron Perlman being Optimus Primal, but that sounds like a good choice. I think that sounds good. I like that. What you been up to, Skull? Yeah, it just felt like it might be a nice. I was kind of stressed out earlier. What with everything, I just decided it might be nice to just come online and chill out. Now, this music is supposed to be copyright free, but we'll see. You know. Well, yeah, like, Trump's on his warpath again, talking about how the military is weak. Because they. Because the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, which, I don't know, kind of an important military figure, little important, was like, no, what's wrong with critical race theory? Fuck that, learn everything. You so threatened by an idea that you don't think America can handle it? Bullshit. So that pissed me off. And then there was like this weird Ernie Gygax thing. Because I'm like really into role-playing games. Yeah, he said something that pissed a lot of people off. I tried to look into it, and then I just couldn't. I just realized I just didn't care. Old gamer's gonna old, so fuck that. Who gives a shit? Oh no. Gen Con apparently banned him from the convention. I mean, like, dude. Dude. Come on. What did you do? So I knew it had to be something like, probably something about bigotry. Probably trans related. Like, I don't even know that for a fact. I'm just guessing that has something to do with that. Because, like, that's what everyone's going on about right now. That's what pisses everyone off right now, As we go through the trends of the world, there's always one thing above all others that everyone's kind of like up in arms about, no matter what it is, at that period of time. And sometimes it's a good thing, and sometimes it's a bad thing. But it's always a thing. You can only judge a trend by what it's doing and people by their actions. Yeah. I don't even know what exactly he said, but like D&D Twitter was not happy with him. Oh, hey, Cat Herman. Oh, he just got back from John's stream? Oh, yeah. He should be streaming right about now. You should go check him out, John the Joker, over on Twitch. Let me see if I can. Do you want me to sign into chat? God, what do you mean sign in? I'm the man. The chat is mine. Why do we got this crap going on? Ask viewer, create a poll. Ask viewers your questions. Yeah, if you want to like go between me and John, like that's cool. There's a link for you. I still get attacked for not being trans enough. Yeah. That's why I'm not a big fan of. That's why I'm not a big fan of like jumping too hard on these bandwagons. Especially anymore, like in my 30s, I was a little bit more into it. But like that brought me nothing but trouble. It didn't bring me anything I wanted, and it brought me nothing but trouble. So I'm just like, okay, fuck it. My opinion's my opinion, and if you're in a stream, I'll tell you. But like, I need to be fucking telling the entire fucking internet about everything. Fuck that noise. Is it a good trend or a bad trend? No, it's just a trend. Like the trans discussion is an important one to have right now, but it's what a lot of people are very sensitive to at the moment. Not for not necessarily for terrible reasons. It's for very good reasons. But that argument can be fucking like broken down into a single argument, which is you either think trans women deserve to be treated like women or not. Like, because that's really what it's about. You know, they're trans men, of course, but like, that's not what everyone's upset about. You know, everyone's worried about like men pretending to be women, quote unquote. You know, like that's the worry. That's what they're afraid of. You know, which is not really a thing that happens. I mean, I'm sure there's like some people that do that, but you know, I haven't met any. You know, I've met a lot more just trans people that just wanted to transition, right? To one level, to one point or another. Like that was a bigger concern. You know, want some room in that society for them, which I think we should give them. But there's some people just don't want to give an inch because they are just dead set in their fucking ways, and they can't stand to have any of that challenge. Now, on the one hand, I can empathize a little bit because, yeah, having a major assumption challenge is rough. You know, like it can be rough, but at the end of the day, like you gotta fucking come back to reality. You know, like the ability to just say, you know what, maybe I don't know everything. That it helps so much in life. You know, and that's one of the reasons I don't like getting in these discussions, because they're just arguments. I don't like debating either. You know, I don't debate truth. I'll try to educate, but I won't debate because fuck you, you know? Like, I have to drag, you know, like it's a little bit of like, I don't want to drag myself down to that level. You know, it's like, why don't I argue with Ben Shapiro? It's like, well, despite just fucking hating the guy just on every level that I've ever been able to see. Who the fuck, why the fuck does that guy matter? I mean, I know, like, I know he does culture war shit, but fuck it, I don't care. You know, the shittiest piece of art I've ever seen that I hated is worth more than Ben Shapiro is. You know, it's worth more than any of those people. You know, your Ben Shapiros, even your Count Dankulas and all that shit. Like, they ain't worth fucking piss, man. They're worth nothing. You know, what would I rather do? Argue with some Ben Shapiro or watch another Troma movie? You know? Oh, John's here? I thought, like... Oh, did you end your stream, dude? Or are you done? Oh, it looks like you're done. Oh, shit. I was just sending people over there. Oh, well. Did you stop reviewing movies? Not intentionally, but in essence, yes. In practice, yes. You know, I got a little tired of the movie reviewer format. Because I needed some time to like I needed to do something different. Like that was obvious. Like I could still be like, I wouldn't say Count Jackula will never return. I mean, you probably will at some point, but I'm not gonna like, don't set your watch to that because I don't know when that's gonna be. You know, because I have a I like to use my platform to like kind of evangelize horror movies. Because I felt there was a real need for it. But you know how to say it. Well, Joe Bob's back now. Joe Bob's back now. You know, like he does a better job. He does a better job evangelizing fucked up movies than I ever did. I don't even think I could be that good with it. You know. So yeah, more is something. I don't know. Like Twitch is kind of my home now. You know, I came back here because one thing I will say about like fucking YouTube, when you start a live video, people see it. Yeah. And like the thing is that like another thing is, you know, I'm gonna be honest. Like being on Channel Awesome was both the best and the worst thing for the Count Jackula show. You know, it was good because, you know, wider audience, but it was bad because, like, how to put it? Fuck, I did not belong there. I did not belong there. I was not. No, that was an environment that I was not particularly thrilled to be in. It was at first, of course, but, you know, things change. Things changed, and I decided it was better to fucking deal with my own mental health issues. Because what good is making something that you love into something that you hate? It's not worth it. I had done that before. With painting. You know, with painting and illustration and drawing. And I never really, and I still haven't like recovered my love of doing it. You know, that could be gone forever. You know, that could just be gone for my lifetime. So I was like, I don't know if I want to do that with something else. You know, it's that feeling of like, hey, well, you know, I leave on an okay note. Like what? I wouldn't say it was a high note, but it was an okay note. Like I still love horror movies and watch them. I could still like make a vlog with Guru, right? Like, and that's where I'm a little bit more comfortable today. Now, that's not to say that I'm not going to get out of that comfort zone at some point, but sometimes, man, it's all about sometimes it's all about what you decide to do in life. You know, because when I really thought it, I was like, is being as popular as Doug or Nostalgia Critic or Angry Video Game Nerd gonna make me any happier? No, it's gonna make me miserable. You know, it's gonna make me more and more miserable because, you know, it not only is it more pressure, there's less flexibility. You know, how am I gonna... Yeah, I do know that The Amazing Atheist was on Channel Awesome before I was. You know, he was actually, yeah, he was on there for a little bit. Like he didn't fit in either. Like he's an asshole of a different stripe, though. Like we're both assholes, but we're both very different types of assholes. You know, will blood splattered cinema ever return? Oh, see, that's where the good news is. Yes, that will return. That is gonna return. Like, what do you think, boy? What do you think my man's doing right now? Blood splattered cinema will keep going. Don't worry about it, kids. You know, the horror guru has not lost his love of the format or the anything. So don't worry, Gorehounds. He's got you. The guru's got you. He's got you back. Oh man, the Scooby-Doo crossover with Horror Guru and Kaluna. Oh, dude. Oh man. Woo! That video is actually kind of a sore spot. Relationships ended in the wake of that video, man. Oh, dude. Yeah, Slumber Party Massacre. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. That was a fun one to do. Yeah, so it's really weird. It's not like I don't like still do this stuff. I do. It's just you see me in front of the camera less. You know, like we're still doing this shit, you know, it's what am I smoking? Marlboros. Like every other Asian guy I know, we all smoke Marlboros. I don't know why. Hey, Ice Cat, how you doing? I'm assuming John, like, took off. You know, he just did his own stream. He's probably tired. Any projects? Yes! Yes, they are not video projects, but there are a lot of things happening. Oh, I love doing Frankenhooker. That was one of my favorites. That was one of my favorite blood splattereds. Ever thought of making my own cigarettes? Nope. Nope. Can't say that I have. Oh, yeah, you know, God damn it, why is it whenever we blank, we end up killing a prostitute instead? Oh, he's still playing Mass Effect 2. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, so he's still, like, he's still live. He can't come on. He's doing his show. No, I'm good, man. Thank you, Joe Care, who is distinctly different from John the Joker. Yeah, how's it going? Just reminiscent? Yeah, just chilling out, really. Just want to see how everyone was. Slide, chill out. You make your own cigarettes? Hey, go for it. You know, I really wish I wasn't like so limited in my choices of music, because there's so much music I just love to introduce people to, but like not sure I can on the YouTubes. I got a little more flexibility on Twitch, but not as much as I would like. It's Could be an awkward question, but have you seen Shadow and Bone? I haven't. I know about it, but I haven't watched it. Yeah, that's the answer. I haven't watched it, but I know about it. You know, like I was getting a little tired of these like Victorian era fucking white people fantasy shows, which Shadow and Bone looked like it was, but apparently it isn't. So like I didn't watch it when it came out, although I know a lot of people that have said they really liked it. On the new Halloween Kills trailer, haven't actually seen it. I haven't actually watched it because like when I've decided I'm gonna see a movie, I don't want to see any more shit about it. You know, because that's setting yourself up for failure, in my opinion. You know, that's setting yourself up for disappointment. Just when you see the thing and you're like, okay, I'm in, that's when I stop like collecting information. It's when I stop like watching teasers, I stop watching trailers, you know. I'm already subscribed to all the like fucking news feeds, so if like a major thing happens, like I'll know about it. You know, like if something like if someone like Tony Todd is like, no, this new Candyman is awful, like that I'll find out about. But like, which that didn't happen, by the way. That's not a thing. But yeah, but when I saw that the Shadow Puppet intro for the movie, I was like, that's it. I'm in. That's all I need. You got the tone right. This is what I want to watch. I'm gonna watch it. You know, so if I watch anything else, it's like I feel that's how I felt about Star Wars movies. Like I feel like knowing so much about the Star Wars movies is actually a bad idea. You know, because all it did was prolong suffering. You know, because I already knew I was gonna fucking see him. Yeah, you probably do hear your Guru in the background. Wait, how'd that door fucking open? Hang on a minute. Isn't Tony Todd the new Candyman? I think he might be. Like, also, that's the other thing. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know if what I have heard is what other people have heard. So I don't want to, like, fuck things up. Because there are a lot of like movies that get fucked by that information, and so like the movie itself kind of gets tainted. You know, like think of that in like every Johnny Depp movie right now. You know. Oh wait, I know where it is. Yeah. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, that was Guru. He was talking about some stuff. Well, I saw like I think my feeling on the new Star Wars movies is like Last Jedi is the best. Force Awakens is pretty good. Third movie, you know what? That requires alcohol. Like fucking. Oh. You know, I just I didn't like the Rise of Skywalker. I thought it was not that good. You know, I mean, it's not as bad as any of the prequel. It's better than the best prequel movie, but it's still not great. You know. Amber Heard just pooped in my bed. Well, that's another thing. Like, watching an Amber Heard movie is also like going to be a little bit of a problem now. Yeah, no one wanted to. They didn't want to commit to the story of The Last Jedi when telling Rise of Skywalker. It's a real problem. It was one of those, like, a lot of people were like, oh my god. Like, they should not have reacted to people fucking hating on Last Jedi. They should not have done that. Like, in any way, shape, or form. You know. Darth Kaiju says, I am a dragon disguised as a ninja playing a pirate. Whoa. Slow down there, Hoss. You got a little too much Inception happening there. You might wanna chill out. You know, just listen to the music and chill out a bit. Oh, I totally wanted to see Kelly Marie Tran. You know, I totally wanted to see her and like Finn or whoever hook up, but then they decided not to do that. It was like, what? I don't know. Yeah. Palpatine hooked to the claw did feel like fucking Warhammer. You know, and I was like, well, I guess, but I thought having Rey be his granddaughter was stupid. You know, she could have just been a defective clone, and that would have fit the story so much more nicely. You know, I'll stand by that one. Which is like, I really think Rey should have turned out to have been a defective clone of Palpatine. Have I been watching the Loki show on Disney Plus? Yes. I haven't seen the latest episode, though. I've not seen the last episode. I heard if you say Kathleen Kennedy in the mirror 3 times on midnight, she takes over your favorite franchise and poops on your childhood. Kathleen Kennedy didn't shit on anything that George Lucas himself hadn't already crapped all over. You know, I can't be mad at her for Star Wars sucking, because that was largely Lucas's fault. Darth Guy just says, fine, no Inception. Also, I've been a fan for a while, and this is my first stream. I'm on my favorite video of yours, Trick or Treat. I love the Trick or Treat video. That one was near and dear to my heart. Oh, and you see the finale of Falcon? Yeah. Well, let me put it this way. There ain't going to be a Falcon and Winter Soldier Season 2. They got to call it something else now. Yeah. Well, see, that's why I like the idea of Rey being a clone, because, like, who is she? She's a copy of somebody. She's even a bad copy of somebody. You know, she is nothing. She is no one. And it would have worked with the imagery in Last Jedi, where she's just seeing all these different versions of herself, repeating her actions, because, you know, she's a clone. That'd have been hype. You know, because then you could have done that whole like, yeah, you thought this meant that you came from nothing, but it turns out what that really means is you make your own destiny, because according to everybody else, you should be evil, but you're not. We all know that someone's grandchild might not be as bad as they are. But what about a clone? You know, I have some friends who really argue with me on that, but I'm like, no, that's the way it should have been. Chucky is robot now? Oh, no. There's a Chucky that is a robot. But he ain't the Chuck, you know? So it would have been like Blade Runner then. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. That would have been a lot. That would have been I don't think, and no one would have expected it. Like, that's something you could have fucking shoved in people's faces the entire time. They wouldn't have caught on. You know, you could have had that. Whereas it was like, yeah, you're his granddaughter. Everyone's like, yeah, okay. But like, here's the thing. Just on a plot level, Last Skywalker for me don't work. Why is there a fucking knife that shows you where this thing is? What? What? Who made that and why? A treasure map is one thing. What the fuck is this? Oh, Rachel. Oh, you're going to a Joe Bob Briggs event? Oh, have fun. Have fun. Those are usually a good time. Man. One of the things that's been like, been on my mind, I would say it's, let's see, by the way, did you know the voice of Chucky would have been, Brad Dourif would have been Scarecrow in the Tim Burton universe? Oh, that'd have been cool. Yeah, step 8, like, oh yeah, I forgot about the magic knife. Yeah, like, I know what to tell you, man, magic knife. Like, why? How? First of all, how, but more importantly, why? It's one of those, oh, it's just so we have a clue as to what to do in this scene. And here's the other thing. What was there? Like, the location of the evil planet? Why? Like, why is there a hidden crystal that leads to the hidden evil planet? Huh? What? Why are we... What? What? Yeah, everyone keeps forgetting about the magic knife. You know, because it's dumb. It's really dumb. Yeah, there's a part of me that's like, look, that might have worked for Indiana Jones, but that's not going to work in Star Wars, man. You know, treasure's been buried for 100 years or so. Like, you could believe some stupid thing like that exists. You're like, I don't know why it exists, but like, it's like the coin from the Goonies. You know, the coin of the Goonies shows the location where the treasure map starts. You know, why does it do that? I don't fucking know. But you don't really care, but it doesn't really matter. Because it's just a clue. And it happens at the beginning of the movie. But when all of a sudden it becomes a treasure hunt in the middle of the movie, you're just sort of like, why? I thought we were like fighting the First Order, or what are we doing? Like, what's happening? Okay. The other thing that I kind of wish had happened is, the only problem I really have with The Last Jedi is I really think it should have opened with the fight. As funny as I thought the phone call was, I thought they should have just been, like, it should have been crawl, pan down, laser blasts, shit exploding. You know, to kind of get you into the mindset of, oh shit, the Alliance is actually kind of fucked here. And also, it's not the Rebel Alliance, it's just the Alliance, okay? If you're the ones in charge, you're not rebels. You know, they should just called it the Galactic Alliance. You know, and they could even put that in the scroll. You know, Luke Skywalker has vanished. The newly formed Galactic Alliance, born from the former Rebel Alliance. Blah 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 blah. You know. But no, we had to call it the Rebel Alliance because, I don't know, people might get confused. What? We know what a rebel is, you idiots. Thoughts on Mandalorian? Mandalorian was great. Yeah, I don't know why a lot of people just don't like Last Jedi on political grounds. It became a political point to hate that movie, which was really dumb. Like, one of the things that really bothers me about, like, internet culture is how it got played. Internet culture got played hardcore. It got played so hard it doesn't even realize it. You know, it played right into conservative hands. Like, you just wouldn't fucking believe. Just, all that rebellion, all that resistance, all that shit just fucking, like, crumpled up into a little alt-right ball and fucking tossed in the garbage. It's insane It's absolutely insane to realize how much of all that shit was directly manufactured. Like manufactured. You know, like an ad campaign. And people fell for it. You know. A lot of people fell for it. A lot of people still fall for it. And, you know, they don't understand how grossly manipulated. They don't realize how grossly manipulated we all were. Because it just happened again. QAnon. What do you think? That one asshole can do all the damage in the world. You know, the wrong man in the right place can make all the difference in the world. You know a guy who thinks that Rise of Skywalker should end it with Rey dead and Ben Solo living? That's retarded. Yeah, it should have been like... And I don't know why they called themselves the First Order. Why'd they call the bad guys the First Order? Like... You couldn't have done any better than that? I mean, you could have called them the Space Nazis, and that would have been better. You know? Could have called them the Galactic Reich, and we'd have been like, well, heavy-handed, but whatever. The First Order. What the fuck? What is the First Order? Why is it called that? Knights of Ren, who gives a shit? I did not give a shit about the Knights of Ren, and when they showed up, they were nothing. They were just they were just an obstacle for, like, people to kill. And that's it. Like, they weren't even as cool as Boba Fett. You know? Oh yeah, I'd love it if Rise of Skywalker was like a more coherent movie. That'd be awesome. That'd be great. Yeah, but yeah, like, so for me, I'm like, nah. The trilogies are done. Good. Fucking good. I don't think we could take another one of these. You know, Mandalorian's great. Because that's a fresh take in that universe. That's doing something new. Doing something new that feels like it fits. That's the trick of Mandalorian. That's what makes it so good. Yeah, why? Yeah, you could have called like... Yeah. Yeah. If you called them the Resurgence or something like that, then you'd be like, oh, okay. Like, but calling them the First Order is sort of like, First Order of what? Yeah, the Knights of Ren were wannabe Sith. Yeah, totally. My thoughts on Bitcoin? My thoughts on Bitcoin. We'll see. We'll see. My main worry about Bitcoin, like, for example, I actually Bitcoin's got a real problem that's going to have to fucking address, and I don't know how it's going to do it, and that's why I don't have a lot of faith in the currency. Which is, at some point, Bitcoin stops simply because it takes too long to compute what's going on. Because that's how blockchain works. Like, there is a theoretical limit to, like, how long that can keep going. And with every new person in that chain, it increases in complexity exponentially. So, what happens when that point is reached? You know? The thing about a dollar bill is that it doesn't take up any more physical space than the dollar itself. Now imagine every time you use that dollar, it gained a small amount of mass. Eventually, it's going to reach the point where you can't lift the dollar. And it will, and then it becomes useless. So what happens when that happens with Bitcoin? And I think it's going to happen a lot faster than people realize. You know, because there is a finite amount of computing power that the world can fucking put out. And considering that blockchain also is like, requires the internet to work. What happens when if that starts breaking down? Like, you can't have Bitcoin sucking up all the bandwidth. If that happens, people will stop using the internet. Because they can't get shit done. Well, here's the thing. Town Eccentric thinks I think we have a bigger problem with the crypto subculture than the crypto itself. Yeah, but it feeds into itself. They feed into each other. Like, the crazier that shit gets, the more likely we are to reach this theoretical point. You know, so yeah. I'm literally worried about what happens when it takes too long to calculate the value of a Bitcoin. You know, because it only gains computational mass. Because that's how blockchain works. Is there a way around that problem? You know, so it's one of those things where, like, in the future, I can see myself dealing in Bitcoin if it's still around, but I ain't gonna, like, mine for it or anything. You know, like, I don't have first of all, I don't have the patience. Second of all, I don't have the technical know-how. Third of all, I fucking hate dealing with other people who deal with money. I fucking hate it. Like, I don't know, like, the lack of imagination. The lack of imagination that you find among financiers is truly astounding. It's truly astounding. Yeah, it's always those guys that have like the big boat and the fucking Sports Illustrated models or whatever they got, the Instagram models, I guess this is what they got now. Um, and it looks, and they're buying islands and blah blah blah. Nobody likes them. Nobody likes it. In the words of Robin Harris, like, no matter how much money you make, brother, don't get rid of that ugliness. Don't like the fat cats. Oh, the Wall Street guys are not the fat cats. They are not the fat cats. They're fat cat wannabes. Your fat cats are like, that's your Jeff Bezos's, your Elon Musk's. Do you think the streaming wars has nearly reached its end? Oh, no. That will never end. That will never end. That'll be like the cable wars didn't end because when they stopped adding new channels. Because they never stopped adding new channels. The cable wars ended when they all got together in a big consortium and divided up the map so that they could control pricing. When will streaming hit that? Well, it depends. Because here's the thing. Even if Netflix goes down, and I mean, like, just becomes a crater. It's still worth something. If that company falls apart, its individual pieces are still worth something as a streaming platform. That's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of computers doing stuff. That's a proprietary software system that not only does front end but back end lifting. Think someone's not going to want to pay a pretty penny for that shit? Of course they will. Well, here's the thing about Netflix. It's the most right now. It's the most powerful independent television station in the world. It's not part of the old system. It's completely its own thing. It's very different than a lot of other things that are going along. I don't even know if it's a publicly traded company. Oh, okay, it is publicly traded. Okay, that's interesting. Who else is annoyed that they moved Dune back a few weeks? I'm not surprised in the least. That project is cursed. Dune is doomed, I think. Because How many times can you remake that thing? You know? I've already had my dick stomped in the dirt twice on that. Really want to go for round 3? Like, and one of those was during my adult life. You know, like, fuck that. Like, I don't know. I think Dune is overrated. I really think it's overrated. You know, I love the original for, like, it's one of those good bad flicks. But when you get down to it, like, the story is actually kind of dry and boring. You think China will take over media? Unlikely. Not anytime soon, anyway. They got the money. They don't got the know-how. Yeah, it's because Jodorowsky could not make his. I know. Dune wishes it was Tremors. I wish it was as entertaining as Tremors. I mean, like, that's ultimately the problem. Like, I don't know how to say it, man. Like, you well, how to put it. I don't know why you have Dune if you already got Star Wars. Scream 5, share my wisdom. I don't know what they're going to do for that. Yeah, Dune is Game of Thrones in space, you know, like, very much so. Which is not, like, not necessarily bad, but it kind of illustrates what the problem with it is. China makes a lot of watchable movies. It just doesn't have... Hollywood requires people that can go off the chain. Movies, to make movies well, you got to be able to go off the chain. That's something China's not very good at. Japan, actually, it's one of the few things where I think Japan would have had a way better shot. They just didn't have the resources. They didn't have the money. They should give the rights to Dune to Marvel. No, I think they should stop trying to make Dune things. I'll be honest. We don't need a smart Star Wars. Fuck it. You just need good movies. You need fun. You need fun. Hollywood just copies real life's homework? Yeah, but it copies it really well. See, that's the trick. Legend of the Galactic Heroes? Not really. I mean, I don't have a problem with Legend of the Galactic Heroes, but I wouldn't say it was smarter Star Wars. Yeah, the Doom PC game was pretty cool back in the day. That was one of the very first, like, real-time strategy games. You know? Let's face facts, Korea currently rules the media wars. Oh, it's fucking... Well, it's definitely doing really well on that ticket, let me tell you. Yeah, I like, you know, like... I'm not real attached to properties anymore. You know, the older I get, the less I'm attached. There's only one property I really like give a shit about anymore, and I only kind of give a shit. You know, and that's Transformers. Like everything else, I'm just sort of like, yeah, whatever, baby, whatever. You know, make it good. That's good enough. Who would win a fight, Dune or Star Wars would win in a fight. Because they have faster than light travel in Star Wars. With Dune, they don't even have like electronic computers. You gotta have a dude fucking do it. And then write it out in a scriptorium. You know? And then he does that enough times, he turns into a giant space worm, you know? Like, I've been burned too much. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely been burned so many times. Like, I'm just like, nah, I'm looking for new shit. Yeah, Transformers, man. Nothing's gonna stand in our way. Not tonight. Not tonight. Love that shit. But I'm like an old fogey about it, man. Like, you know, Evil Dead hasn't done you wrong, has it? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But like, how to put it? You can fuck around with Evil Dead to a greater extent in my heart than Transformers. Yeah, fucking Dune. No, Dune is totally slower 40K. Like, where do you think 40K got, like, it got the majority of its fucking, like, inspiration from? It came from Dune. You know, put that in your knowledge bank. You know, that's gonna be one of the weird parts of like when that Dune movie comes out. A bunch of people are gonna watch it. It's like, hey, this seems like 40K. And I'm gonna be like, yeah, funny that, you know. The new live-action Transformers movie is going to be G1 Optimus Prime interacting with the Beast Wars cast in the 90s? Wait, what? I thought they were doing a Netflix show about that. I thought that was a Netflix show. Like, they got that Transformers Netflix show, man. I thought that's where they were going to do that. Like, that's what they were fucking leading up to in the end of the last season. Hey, John the Joker, how you doing? Sam Raimi and my boy Peter Parker doing a John Travolta down the street. Hey, I will not hear I will hear nothing about that because I fucking love that sequence. Everything I hate about the third Spider-Man movie is basically Venom. Because I don't give a shit about Venom. You know, I've gone on long tirades about how much I just don't care about Venom. You know, they almost made him something I cared about in that Venom movie, almost. But the plot of that movie is so bad. Like, the plot of that movie is so awful. Oh, Intruder with Sam Raimi. Okay, here's the thing. Intruder is a really bad movie, but I love it. Like, the movie makes no sense, but that reveal of the killer is just so fucking funny. I love it. I'm just crazy about this store. Yeah, I wouldn't mind talking to you for a little bit, John, but like, if you're tired, like, Anyone ever have a vasectomy? Not I. I have not. You're having one tomorrow. Okay. How will it affect future relationships? I have no idea. I knew I never wanted to have... I knew I didn't want to have children. So I just fucking condom up. I'm hoping the Venom sequel is better, but like... I don't know what to say other than... Oh... Fucking Woody Harrelson as Carnage. That should work. But every time I see him as Carnage, I'm like, this doesn't work. How? Like, that should have been a dead cert. That should have been something you just didn't have to worry about. How is it not working? You're tired? All right, I'll talk to you later. And you remember the John Travolta movie, Be Cool, with Dwayne Johnson playing a gay bodyguard? You can't say that I do. No baby Satanist? Well, I mean, not from my loins. You know. But, like, that's why I just use a condom, because that's an easy decision to reverse. You got kids with their pugs? Yeah, there you go. Ron Perlman is going to voice the Beast Wars Optimus Primal in the Transformers movie. Are you sure this is a movie, dude? Like, 'cause this really sounds like something that they're doing for the Netflix cartoon. Huh. Huh. Okay, apparently they are making a movie out of this. Okay. Well, I mean, I like Ron Perlman. I think he'd do a good job, so... I gotta be honest, though. When we're talking about Transformers, this is where I'm at. Like, Beast Wars is like a connected but separate thing to me. You know, and I'm just not as invested in, like, the, how a Beast Wars thing should be, so I don't know if I'm a good judge. Like, you get me that G1, you give me that G1 Transformers, and, you know, I've got opinions. Beast Wars, I'm sort of like, well, the movie doesn't suck, you know? No, Ron Perlman would have been a great Herman Munster. Thoughts on the Planet of the Apes franchise as a whole? Okay. First movie, classic. Next two movies, pretty good. Some of the movies after that, not so great. Then, when they rebooted them, like in the 2000s, all those have been fantastic. All those movies have been great. I've loved all three of those. It is 3, right? There have been 3 of them so far. It's like Rise of the Planet of the Apes, War of the Planet of the Apes, and let's find out. Planet of the Apes. Animated series. Planned relaunch. Rise, Dawn, and War. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what that fourth movie does. Brad Planet of the Apes TV show. You heard James Franco interfered with Caesar? Well, I mean, Millie Bobby Brown is Eddie Munster. Yeah, that's a good. That's a good one. Wahlberg of the Apes sucked. Oh, the Tim Burton one. Oh, right. Yeah, that was like some of the best makeup effects in just a really lackluster movie. Rob Zombie to remake Monsters. Yep, that's a thing. We're gonna see what he does. Yeah, apparently they're making a fourth Apes movie. I mean, well, why not, right? Like the last one made like $491 million. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this Tim Burton Netflix Addams Family thing. I'm a little more worried about that than I am the Rob Zombie Monsters movie. Like in the beginning, I was just sort of like, yeah, okay, sure. But as things have gone on, I've started to been like, oh, I don't know, man. Eva Green, really? I mean, like, Johnny Depp was to be expected. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but, like, that wasn't a surprise. You know, but it's like Eva Green as Morticia. I'm sort of like, I don't know, man. I don't know who you would have got, but okay. And like my enthusiasm for that just kind of went down. Like it's weird because if you told me that what's her face, fucking Mrs. Johnny Depp or Mrs. Tim Burton, what's her fucking name? She's in Harry Potter. Fuck. Helena Bonham Carter. Yeah. Helena Bonham Carter. Like, I like, if you told me she was playing like Grandmama, I'd probably be in again. Like Grandma Adams. Yeah, there's going to be a Tim Burton's Addams Family TV show on Netflix. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things that could work. It could also completely fall apart. You know, like I'm not loving the look of Johnny Depp as Gomez. Yeah, Netflix reportedly told Johnny Depp he can't star in the Addams Family. So yeah. Oh yeah, someone did like concept art of Eva Green and Johnny Depp is. I'm just sort of like, no, that would be. I don't think that'd be a good idea. Okay, so it turns out that's actually like just completely fake. Because I know like Tim Burton was doing a show about Wednesday Addams. You know, but we actually have no idea what the nature of the show is. And Wednesday Addams is going to be played by Jenna Ortega. So it's not going to be Wednesday Addams when she's like a teenager or a 20-something. You know, we'll see if it's any good. Honestly, you know what? If they do that, do you know who I think should play Morticia? Christina Ricci. You know, I think Christina Ricci should play Morticia, you know. Hey, Nitro G, how you doing? Yeah, I gotta agree. A lot of Tim Burton's recent stuff hasn't been doing it for me either. Like the last movie that he made, like he's done good stuff, but like it hasn't exactly scratched the same itch as like Beetlejuice or Nightmare Before Christmas. Things like that. Like I liked Big Eyes. It's a good movie. But it plays to one of Burton's strengths, which is it's about the difference between the inside and the outside world, which is a running theme in most of his pictures. It's about the woman who did the pictures of the kids with the big eyes and what her life was really like, which is interesting. It's very interesting. Christoph Waltz plays a great psychotic asshole in that movie. And I really liked Frankenweenie, but it's not. It's not Paranorman, like Paranorman was a little bit better. So like my problem with Frankenweenie is it's kind of overshadowed by Paranorman. I thought it was a cute movie. I liked it, but like I didn't love it. Although I gotta tell you, like a movie that I fucking couldn't stand, that I cannot believe got 3 sequels, was Hotel Transylvania. That movie annoyed the shit out of me. I fucking hated that movie. I'm just sitting there going, oh my God, when will this movie end? I don't even know what Burton's like issue is. I don't even know why he hasn't been able to like ring the bells that he used to. But like, whatever it is, like, it hasn't been good. Like Dark Shadows bit. I mean, just bit. Yeah, I know. Hotel Transylvania is getting another sequel. Like, because fucking of course it is. It just... So many people love that movie, and I still do not understand why. You know, I'm like, you gotta all look back at this movie and be like, oh shit, this actually isn't very good. Like, I don't know what kind of fucking Jedi mind trick they fucking played on everybody to get people to like Hotel Transylvania. There's going to be a new hotel movie and someone is replacing Sandler. Oh well. I give a shit. Pee-wee's Big Adventure is still the best film to date. Well, I'll tell you what, it is definitely one of Tim Burton's best. It definitely is. Yeah, I don't think they're going to make a Kung Fu Panda 4. I think they're kind of done with Kung Fu Panda. Anyone else wanting to see Primal Season 2 already? What the fuck is that? What the hell's Primal? Oh, the Genndy Tartakovsky thing. Oh. Yeah. The silent cartoon that's all about, like, you know, one man and his dinosaur. Sexy Dracula daughter? Well, I mean, like... Do I really need, like, slightly less hot Lydia Deetz? Well, they brought back Creepshow, and that's been real good so far. Yeah, Mavis is sexy, but I'm a Gen Xer, and she's like millennial sexy, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a little different. Not really my style. How am I holding up during the heat wave? That's called the Bay Area. What heat wave? Any thoughts on the Beetlejuice musical? No. It exists, apparently. I mean, I'm just finding out about it now, so. Thoughts on Halloween Kills? Oh, I'm going to see it. I'm going to see it. In this repressed America, Jack, in this repressed America, also plenty of youngins haven't seen Beetlejuice yet. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. But, like, you know, let kids have stuff. I mean, they're not so much kids anymore, but you know what I mean. You know, it's your thing. That's fine. I just think the movies suck. Like, I could still like Sybil Danning's tits and, like, go, Battle from Beyond the Stars is a piece of shit. Yeah, I don't know. I was really sad that, like, Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm really hoping that like the Candyman movie is good. The Candyman remake or reboot or sequel or whatever it is. You know, I'm pretty sure it's a sequel. But like a sequel to the original movie. Oh yeah, definitely Flashman. Like, I'm watching. Sometimes I get a little down because like sometimes it seems like the world is going down the tubes. You know, QAnon's one of the most dominant fucking online communities right now, and they're infecting everything. And it's crazy. Yet it's crazy to think that the up and coming culture might just be dumb. Not even like different tastes. Just what? You know, so now that's why. Have I seen Puka on Hulu? I have. It's a good movie. I haven't seen the sequel. I should see the sequel. I just haven't. You know, like, you know, I'm not a QAnon fan because I'm a Satanist. And they're busy believing that I'm killing babies for adrenochrome underneath pizza parlors, which I am most assuredly not doing any of those things, including being in a pizza parlor. Oh yeah, we're vaccinated. We're all vaccinated. We're all vaccinated, Flash. Oh no. No, you're right about, James Gatz, I gotta tell you, you're right about that. Idiocracy was a documentary, and the events happened in real time. Know what I'm talking about? Oh, actually, well, hold on. Come on, subscribers. Yeah, we got that. We are Magnolia, pray to Satan. Ah, here we go.
The Highland.
Yep. Yeah, let's just play this for everybody. It's the new subscription alert sound.
The Highlander was a documentary. And the events happened in
real time. Because we're very fond of that quote. What is Satanism? All right, let me get a drink. That conversation requires the devil's juice. All right, so what is Satanism? Well, other than a general worshiping and idealization of the devil, aka Lucifer, it's really a philosophy of, for me, it is a philosophy of no gods. It's a spirituality in which gods are not really... Gods could be good or bad, and everyone has to be judged accordingly. You know, judgment of the spiritual. Plus, it's good fun. You know, I don't know how to say it other than I choose to believe in the devil. I do not simply believe in the devil, I choose to. Does that mean I could choose not to? Sure, of course. I've done that too. You know? Because there's a great... It's a great freedom in realizing that you have control, some level of control over your own beliefs. Like Kratos the God Killer? Nah. Nothing so crude. Nothing so crude. Like, Kratos is not my guy. My favorite version of Kratos is Dad Kratos, actually. Where he's mellowed out a bit. And he's realizing, man, I just really want to take care of my son, and I kind of miss my wife that we didn't get to meet because, like, they were married during a period of time that we didn't see. Because to me, like, faith and worship are wonderful things. But you got to keep them in their place. You got to keep them where they belong. They belong here. They belong here and in here. Not out here. Spirituality are the rules that you live by, that you have internalized, that you have decided, nope, we're doing it this way. I have chosen to do it this way. You know, and it's one of the reasons why I really don't like fundamentalism. Because it says you have to do this, you have to think this way, you must be this way, you must do this thing. And that's how you get shit like thoughts and prayers. That's how you get shit like, well, we can't have men in women's bathrooms. That's how you get shit like critical race theory. What, just make me feel bad because I'm white? You know, because the reality should be like that. It's like, no, you should feel bad for just being a human being. Holy fucking crap. Your ancestors placed a premium on survival, and that has certain costs to it. Some of them are moral and spiritual. Can spirituality be BS? Of course it can. What are you talking about? Money can be BS. Democracy can be BS. Fascism is BS. You know, fascism can't not be BS, is what I'm saying. Everything in the world is bullshit. There's only one thing that I have found that exists that is not bullshit. One. And that is love. Which is a really, really cheesy fucking thing to say, but it's true. And make no mistake, love's real. Because it's the one thing that has no physical actual it's one of the things that has no physical presence that we make real. Because it's a little out of our control. So it's got to be real, right? There is part of love that is instincts older than you are. You know, think about that. Think about that. Million years of evolution. And this concept has been there. This concept of attachment has endured the entire existence of mammals. At least. Like, at the least. You know, and there's plenty of evidence that it even extends back into, like, the reptiles and stuff. Any fucking... Yeah. Like, well, like... Sexual reproduction requires love to be real at some point. It must be real at some point because it is something that we can't deny. Well, I mean, we can, but it's always there. You know? It's like, it's you know, usually the things that knock on our brains and want our attention, usually we think of those as bad things, like temptation, taboos. But love also does that. And isn't it interesting that they keep trying to make love taboo? Let's find taboo forms of love. But they keep not being able to do it. We either find out that the thing in and of itself is not love. For example, putting the pedo to the meadow. That ain't about love. Whoa, have we found out that that's not what that's about. Man-boy love association, fuck you. Raping little boy association, that's... I get off on fucking like having this control over a young human. That's not the same thing. That's like saying that every abusive boyfriend or girlfriend loves you. The answer to which is, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Whether or not it is love doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter, does it? Queer love matters. Because you can see the good version of it. What's the good version of pedo? Not. The good version is not. Yeah, lust and power, a little different. Well, it's not only lust and power, it's a very particularly weird form. It's a very weird form. And it tends to like, it makes itself really cozy with a lot of other really, really, really terrible things. Yeah, love doesn't want to harm somebody. Like, if you love a kid, you want that kid to grow up and find someone that cares and find someone to be romantically attached to them. Because you know if you did that to a kid, that's just all about you. You know, it's different. It's very different. You know, you got to be careful. You know, but there's this, but you also got to be careful because you can't just cut lust out of the equation entirely. Yeah, it has its bad parts. Oh boy, does it. But you can't get rid of it. Mother Nature ain't going to let you get away with that shit. It's not going to happen. Lust becomes not a factor when she says it's not a factor. Not when you say. The one who's not a rapist or molester, I feel like a pedo is a victim of his own brain malfunction up until he acts on his desires. Well, here's the thing. The concept of guilt when it comes down to pedophilia really doesn't matter. Good and evil break down. Right and wrong has broken down. That's not a good position to be in. Yeah, love generally doesn't want to harm. It may want to excite. It may want to please. But doesn't generally want to hurt. How did we get here? Yeah, James, you're new to the stream, aren't you? You can always find like the new person to the stream. She's like, I came back and we were talking about fucking echidna penis amputation. How did that happen? Everyone else is like, oh yeah, that's what happens around here. You know, that shit just happens. You know, well, you know, like, so let's get back on the Satanism topic specifically. So, my feeling is that the best way to come at spirituality and faith and all that shit is to come at it from the perspective of, yeah, this could all be bullshit, right? Like, this could all just be delusions and old fucking neurological instincts just running amok. It could. It really could. But isn't that interesting? Isn't that still interesting? Yeah, see, James, you're just not helping. James Gatz, you're just not helping, man. Like, if you want to get off the pedal, you shouldn't have said, you know, bringing up Chucky, come on. That's like half his thing. Oh, hey, Psychic Sorcerer, how have you been? I haven't seen you in, well over a year. Been a while. Yeah. So just to repeat the last statement, yeah, I always think it's really fucking helpful to come at spirituality with the idea it could all be bullshit. You know, you always want to keep that in your back pocket. You know, it's useful. Because there are times in this world where you're going to need faith. Some kind of faith. Not I think some versions of faith are better than others, are more useful than others. And some of them are just work better for some people than others. But at some point you're going to need it. It's the one problem that I have with atheism. It's one of those, well, From a reasonable perspective, you're correct. There is no proof that there is a God. And that's that, but that distinction of, but just because it is not real does not mean it is not important, because humans are weird that way. We're weird that way. I know a lot of people that are atheists, but the position of faith has actually been, they are people of faith. They just don't believe in a God. And when I think about that, I think about guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson, actually. He has no need for a God. His God is the wonder of the cosmos. And he knows that that is real. He wonders at the cosmos. There you go. That's the ineffable thing. He's not here to tell you what to believe in spiritually. He's here to tell you what exists. And that if you cannot find solace and the wonder of the beauty of all that exists, you're not going to find it in spirituality either. What happened to the channel Grand Infinity? You interviewed him a while ago. Psycho Sorcerer is Grand Infinity, I believe. Like, I knew him as Psycho Sorcerer, but at some point he changed the channel to Grand Infinity, right? Like, I'm not misremembering that, am I? I hope I'm not misremembering that. I am getting older, you know, so my memory ain't what it used to was. Yeah, I take a very yeah, Grand Infinity host Joe Marsh, aka Psycho Sorcerer, spends his days snooping on streams now. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing okay. Like, I haven't talked to you in a while. I've been wondering what's been up. Yeah. Do you want me to like send you? You want me to send you get you a Zoom link or something? Yeah, you want to be on the stream? I haven't talked to you in a while. I will let that. See what the results of that question are. But yeah. So for me personally, Satanism is kind of about the, it's like a position. It's like it's a position. It's like, you know, all this God shit. Sure. Oh, sweet. Cool. What's your current Twitter? Because I had to get a new one. I don't think you're Grand Infinity International. Oh wait, no longer active. Oh, okay, we can figure this out. You gotta have an email address, right? Don't have it up anymore, but you still have my Facebook. Ooh, good point. We got that Faces book. Come on, Facebook. Load up. Wrong credentials. Wrong credentials. My ass. Come on. I was on earlier today. You can't give me this shit. What? Okay, there we go. All right. Well, that was annoying. Do. Do. Yeah, this looks like the right guy. I see a Joe Marsh here. And a man who looks suspiciously like the man I recognize on the associated Facebook page. Oh, wait, but that's the wrong thing. Hold on. All right. Gonna go mix myself another cocktail real quick. I sent you the information. I mean, I'm reasonably sure Joseph March is you. So, especially if I'm friends with them. There we go. And I'm gonna go get a drink. Okay. You have no idea what your name comes up on Zoom? All right. We will discover this. We'll make a magical fucking journey together. Do, 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 do. Come on, we can do this. Admit human being. I see your face out in space.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Let me get your
I take it you can hear me.
Yeah, I can totally hear you.
Hey, it says Joe. That's good.
Yeah. How you been, man? How you been?
Good, very good. See, you can edit it there to say Psycho Sorcerer. I like that.
Yes. Yeah, I have such powers. You know?
I was saying to the chat that I didn't know what it would come up for you as me trying to connect in, because I use Zoom a lot of times to do tabletop role playing. At least I've been doing that during COVID.
Oh yeah, me too.
And we just put our character names up here, so I was like, who knows what random ass character I was on here as last.
Monthor, it's like
exactly.
Monthor, the Dwarven Barbarian. What was it? I can't remember. Fuck.
Exactly.
Yeah, oh god, I gotta tell you though that a feature like that has saved me. I've done some of what I guess they call like professional role playing. What? Oh.
There you go. Real world.
Real world.
There you go.
Yeah, I've done that like I guess you would call it professional role playing, where like
where it's all recorded.
And someone like gives you a paycheck. It's not
nice.
A lot, but like you just sort of like, oh, I can go buy a pack of cigarettes with this. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
That's awesome.
But so many times I've created a character. So many times already I've created a character and been like, oh shit, what's my fucking name? Quick, look. Oh, there. Okay, right. I'm Kelrayan.
Yeah, we started all doing it on Zoom, where you could see the names at the bottom of each person, and that way we'd remember when we looked to call each other our character names or whatever.
Oh yeah, like it. I'll tell you, doing it that way, you don't have so much of the problem. Is what was your character's name again?
Mm-hmm.
Because you just be like, so Lou, I need to talk to you about something.
We just started meeting in person again about 2 months ago. So I haven't been on Zoom in all that time, but I'm like, who knows what character I was playing 2 months ago when we were still doing it on Zoom.
Oh man, I finally was in a D&D game in person like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Like that finally happened, where I played my, half-drow bard barbarian multi-class.
There you go.
Because he was like, we're going to start out at 5th level. And I'm like, I want to play a barbarian. Wait,
there you go.
So you want to play a barbarian? I'm like, no, I want to play a multi-class bard. Now, here's the weird part. It works amazingly well.
I can believe it.
It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. Like, on paper, it's a mess. But somehow it works.
You can do some vicious mockery.
Oh, yeah. I've got that little, like, that online app, the Vicious Mockery app.
Nice.
That just gives you a random fucking taunt just on the press of a button. Very helpful.
I love it.
Very helpful. Yeah, my big project right now actually is a role-playing game.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I've been working on it. Actually, I think it's something that I started working on after I spoke with you last time.
Mm-hmm.
It's an RPG called Babylon, where you are encouraged to detail your inner monster.
Ooh, cool.
In a modern setting. And because it's me, like there is a war with heaven.
Nice. I like it.
And all that jazz.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's Coming along very well. I'm very surprised.
Are you making kind of an all original system, or are you doing kind of a 5e mod type of thing?
No, it's a complete ground up system.
Nice.
If there was a starting point for it, it would be the original Shadowrun.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
But it's been so modified that it's practically unrecognizable. You know, if you looked at it, you could, and someone told you it was like inspired by the Shadowrun system, you'd be like, oh yeah, I could see that. You know, like I could see where that is. You know, but there's been so much built on top of it and so much changed. You know, just to fit, because I'm a real big stickler for the rules aiding the tone of the game.
Right.
You know, I'm also a big believer in your rule system. No one buys your game for your awesome rule system.
Yeah, they want the setting.
Yeah, they want the setting. The setting can only hurt you. So it's gotta work. You know, it has to work because it can only turn people away.
So you're not playing generic settings like Savage Worlds and Fate and that stuff.
No, we were actually thinking. A lot of people recommended Fate, and then I was like, Fate is nice, but it's not robust enough for the setting we've created because the setting's very particular. You know, it's hard to be like it. It would be easy to do a Vampire the Masquerade game with Fate, but it would be very hard to do this one because one of the things that we really wanted the game to involve, and I know this is a little like antithetical, which is we actually wanted the combat system to be very exciting. Yeah. You know, because like what's the point of fighting angels if it doesn't feel like a John Woo movie? Right. You know?
You gonna be using gung fu?
Yes and no. It's more like occult fu.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's
like some John Constantine stuff.
Yes, very much so. You know, there are races, there are classes. You know, the races are like the current races are like vampire, werewolf, ghoul, hellspawn, and demon, right? And Medusa. And we spent a lot of time trying to like figure out, okay, what is it you actually want to do if you pick a race class? And one of the things that I'm sorry, kids, this might get a little like weird and boring.
We went straight to nerdy conversation.
We went super nerdy.
We just we were like, there's a couple. We went around it and got to even nerdier.
Yeah, what's nerdier than occult bullshit? D&D. You know,
creating your own role playing system.
So yeah, like one of the things I don't know if you remember, but there used to be this game called D20 Modern. It was their it was WotC's attempt to make a D&D that was in a modern setting.
Back in third ed.
Yeah, back in third edition. And that did not sing.
Well, it kind of had that same problem that generics have, where even their classes were like the strong guy, the smart guy. It was too generic-y.
Yeah, they came out with a setting book for it that I was like, man, you should have just fucking made this the setting in the first place, which was like, they called it Urban Arcana.
Yeah.
And that was a really cool idea, but because the game wasn't very successful, there's no support for that setting. There's like one book and that's it. I think there's like maybe a street spell book or something that they made. But like, nobody really cared. And when I was looking at those classes for D20 Modern, I was sort of like, nah, man, you did it all wrong. If you want to do it modern, you have to do it off of movie archetypes.
Yeah. Like pick a genre or a decade or whatever.
Yeah. If you want it to be like modern day, then you don't have the fighter, you have the broken vet. Yep.
Or
the fireman or the police officer or something.
Mhm.
But you probably don't want police officer because that's not really a good adventuring fare unless everyone's a cop.
Right.
You know, which you should know because you work with law enforcement, don't you?
No, I used to work with cybersecurity, but I don't do that now.
Oh, what do you do now?
So now I'm actually retraining. I'm going back to school, but I'm trying to get into data analytics. So still IT stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's funny because we were talking about channels. So I have a new channel as of 2 years ago, and I put up a video today that was like, "Hey, I'm taking a break for a while because I'm going to school." So once again, I'm at the tail end of a channel. But what I did do like about a week ago is I put up a video that said, "Hey, anybody who wants my old Psycho Sorcerer channel stuff," I put links to all of it. It's unlisted, but I put links to playlists that'll give it to the people there. And so all of a sudden, my sub count starts going up just as I'm leaving. So it's great.
Yeah.
But this channel's staying around. That's why I've renamed it Archive. So the name I'm using on here says Psycho Sorcerer Archive, and that's what the archive is for, because I'll put all the old stuff back up just so people can find it.
Gotcha. Dark 7 Elements says they put out a Dark Matter setting book for D20 Modern. It was weak.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. He's like, it's good setting, but the system is weak as hell. Which, yeah. Like that was kind of the problem. They wanted to make like a real generic version, but like, there's only so generic you can get. At some point, you have to like choose what this world is.
Right.
You know, like especially in the modern TTRPG marketplace, like there's a reason GURPS is not around anymore. You know,
I still have it on my shelf, but you don't see me going to grab it.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's the kind of game that at this point you only play at a convention. Like no one runs GURPS games no more.
Yeah, Fate too, but I think we've very rarely tried anything. It's always been like, hey, we want to do some off the wall wacky shit that doesn't normally go together, and that's when you use that.
Yeah, that's when you reach for Fate, you know. I like Powered by the Apocalypse, but Powered by the Apocalypse is not the generic setting that the generic rule set that everyone thinks it is. I know that because I was like, well, if I don't have to reinvent the wheel for my game, then why not? You know, I would rather just hook in and just have none of that work.
Right.
You know, but when I read Powered by the Apocalypse, I was like, oh man, this is probably going to be a lot harder than just coming up with a new rule system. Adapting it.
So is this staying kind of homebrew, or are you planning to eventually put it out there?
No, it's intended to be for public consumption.
Nice. Did you figure out how you're gonna publish it? Are you gonna do drive-through RPG or something else?
Well, if you're talking about have we solved all the problems of publishing, the answer is no. Because the next big milestone is the Kickstarter campaign when that happens.
Yeah.
Because that'll let us know. Like, if that succeeds, then we're like, okay, we got to market.
Yeah.
You know, if that fails, then it's like, no, okay, we don't got to market.
It's also a good way to determine whether you're going to do something like drive-through, because drive-throughs print on demand, so it doesn't cost you anything. But if you get enough Kickstarter, then it's actually cheaper at that point to
have the books printed. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, it allows you to control the price point and how much you can pay yourself. You know, which, I mean, hey, look, rich guys do it for a reason.
You got to be careful, though, because I've heard some horror stories about people who didn't consider, I don't know if it was shipping or what, this or that, like little things. And then,
oh God, I am so fucking, because I have a family that exists like across the globe, I am acutely aware of how much shipping is.
Right.
You know, because everyone's sort of like, shipping, that's like $2, right?
Well, a lot of people now, they add a thing that says like shipping will be added later. So when you get your what is it, your pledge or whatever, when it's all done, you get that kind of, I can't remember what it's called, but you type in all your info so it can be sent to you. Then they're like, and we're charging you shipping, and it's based on where you are and everything else.
Yeah.
But they didn't used to do that back in the day, 5 years ago or so.
Yeah. No, I'm totally going to take
you didn't figure it in. You just got screwed.
Yeah. No, I'm totally taking advantage of that because shipping will fuck you faster than anything else.
Right.
It's really crazy.
And I've
Let-
seen some of those where they offer so many stretch goals that there's a certain point where I've got a printed book from them. I've got, PDF versions of everything. And then 2 years later, I see this thing that's like, hey, this PDF of this other info we said we were getting you is finally ready. I'm like, damn, they're still working on it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, these things take time. They take time. I'm looking into like merchandising that can actually be like done. And there are no there are no good answers. There are no quick and fast answers for that.
No.
There aren't, because like you can find the perfect printer for the right price, but they're just busy for the next 6 months.
Yeah, definitely. Especially currently.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, good luck finding lumber right now. That's not related to what we're doing, but
But yeah, it's the same type of thing where you just sort of like, like they're just trees around, right? Sometimes, but not always.
Yep, not so much.
Yeah, it's like, I'm used to being able to just pick what kind of wood I want to make my thing. Well, sometimes those days don't exist.
Like I calculated how much it would cost to do this repair, and then you get the quote back. You're like,
Yeah, no,
we're not doing it this year.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Like I keep wanting to put in some new piping because we've got remnants of the old piping system and it's just fucking confusing. You're like, wait, is this the in valve or the out valve? Oh god, does this go to the main? Does this go to anything? If I turn the water on, will it go here? I don't know. But the cost of like figuring all that out is just prohibitive.
Yeah, it's true. I've got a turn nozzle that says it turns the hot water off, but it does not work. So I don't know. I don't know what it actually does, if anything.
No.
I can turn the whole water system off, but stopping the hot doesn't work with the little turn nozzle it's supposed to work on.
Yeah, I have. Well, mine is just completely hooked up to the heater. So I'm like, well, if I turn off the heater thing,
yeah, that'll do it.
That'll do it. But if I want to just turn off all the water so I can do some work, like that's a completely other fucking part of the system. In fact, it's outside.
Yeah, that's how mine is too. It's in the crawl space.
Yeah. Oh,
I gotta get down there with the spiders.
Space? Oh my god!
Like, put on the dirty shirt, get under there.
Oh yeah, thanks, housing builders. You're reaching back. Your hand is reaching from the past and fucking me in the present. I hate you.
At least it's not like dead in the middle of the house or anything. It's theoretically it would be within reach if if my arms were maybe like 3 inches longer, but I have to get just my head in there, then I can reach it. Just far enough in to get into the spider webs.
I'm actually lucky. Mine's actually just on the outside, and I just go over and I'm like, now the big problem is that the thing has become so stripped. I have to use a fucking, I have to use like a fucking wrench.
Yeah.
That's annoying because I keep looking at it and going, maybe I could just fucking replace this fucking. And you're like, well, I might be able to do that, but
that's where the water turns off from.
Water turns off from, exactly. Is there another place where the water turns off? And I think there probably is, but like,
there's got to be a way to do that.
Yeah. It's somewhere off in the wild blue yonder. It's in the deep guts of the house, and like, I can't find that shit. That is insane. Housing improvements, Count Jackula. How you doing?
I think it's funny because with a name like Psycho Sorcerer, you think we would have continued talking about spirituality, but I derailed you completely.
Oh yeah. Well, as I like to keep telling everybody, like, what's sorcery? Sorcery is just the ability to do that thing that you don't know yet. In many ways, it's why.
I would talk about Alan Moore's beliefs on that, but I would butcher them because I can't quote them. I really like his takes on it.
Oh yeah, yeah,
If
yeah.
you're familiar.
Oh, I'm extremely familiar with Alan Moore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, his whole like, I believe that when we are talking about magic, we really are talking about a rabbit out of a hat, something from nothing. And when it comes down to that, I believe that what we are really talking about is art.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah, I love it.
making an unreal world. You know, things that bringing things into reality out of nothing.
Yeah.
You know,
I like it.
And
It's
how
poetic.
and how it really does involve words and math, which is what a grimoire is. Grimoire is just another fancy word for book of grammar. You know, and to cast a spell is to spell something.
It's very good wordplay too.
Oh yeah. I've always found him fascinating. Like he's apparently he made like a short film, and I can't remember the name of the damn thing, where he played this guy, Mr. Sun. And it's just Alan Moore in like a gold outfit with like gold makeup and his fucking hair like frizzed out like the fucking like corona of the sun, you know, and he's just telling this guy about how he's gonna die. While there's a clown sitting next to him. It's like, okay, I don't know what I was expecting out of a movie penned by Alan Moore, but I apparently got it.
Now you know.
But they're apparently doing like a full like fucking feature film.
Oh,
like
I love
independent feature film. And I'm like, okay, like I'm in. I'm definitely in.
Right.
Although I think it's funny that he and Grant Morrison can't get along.
That's hilarious to me because like the two biggest pioneers in comics that are also occultists, and somehow they don't get along with each other.
I know. Well, maybe that's why. You know, they just got into a wizard pissing contest, and it just never ended.
So everything is like YouTube.
Yeah. Oh. I have yet to find a world that is not like that. Like it always happens, and it's why I'm kind of the attitude of the main thing that it is important to do in this world is the thing you can do.
Yeah.
You know, that's the most important thing. That sounds really obvious and stupid, but we forget it so easily.
It's like a lot of the greatest teachings sound really obvious until you really ponder them.
Yeah.
You can't really explain them well in any way other than that obvious way either. So it's just, you're just kind of...
Yeah. Well, it's the whole purpose of like those like the stories of like the Zen masters. You know, a lot of people don't realize how many of them are actually supposed to make you laugh because that's the point. You know,
or how many of the parables and whatnot are to make you notice the ridiculous inconsistencies, and then people will get caught up on them.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's one, I forget who said it, but there was this one like, you know, great Zen master whose whole thing was basically, I could think of nothing more useless than enlightenment. You know, like, what does it do really? I don't know. You know, why do you do it? I don't like to be productive. Fuck off. I don't care.
Nice.
You know, it's like, although I have to say, like, I think the greatest treatise on enlightened consciousness of Zen mastery, weirdly enough, was in BoJack Horseman.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, where he meets his old friend, the hamster, who, you know, this Orson Welles kind of guy, you know, super genius, but like keeps failing because like the world's just not ready for what he does. And sometimes there's a good reason for it. Yeah. But that whole thing where he was just sort of, everyone was sort of like, hey, everyone was worried about you. Oh, well, I guess that's nice to know. You know, like, well, you just disappeared and didn't tell anybody. I don't know what to... He says, like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I found what made me happy, and I just started doing it, and I'm not going to apologize to anybody for it. You can see yourself out. You know, like, done. Like, I don't fucking care.
Yep.
You know, and I thought about because I saw that episode and I really did. I thought about that for a very long time.
There's a lot of those episodes where you come away from it and you're like, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you have comedic gold stuff they do too, like the underwater episode, which is just perfect.
Yeah, that was just a fucking great piece of storytelling. You know, talk about working with a limitation, making it a strength. You know, like it's kind of crazy. Like it sometimes there are sometimes it's not when you're starting out. When you're starting out, you work with everything that you have.
Mm-hmm.
But when you start to master something, that's when you start doing these weird experiments when you're like, can I succeed in doing this without doing the thing that I have always been doing? What can I take away and still have a story? Or what can I take away and still have a painting? What can I take away and still like that's how all the great art movements actually happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, like Picasso was all about, what if I decided to use all the perspective angles as opposing to pick one?
That and limitations. Sometimes when limitations forced on them, you get the best stuff.
Oh yeah, like
you can't do it how you pictured it, so then you have to rework it, but then it turns into something so much better.
Yeah, have you seen the movie of The Mist?
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh man, okay, so Frank Darabont, who was also the show creator of Walking Dead. Mm-hmm. You know, he didn't make not Robert Kurtzman who made the comic, but the guy who actually made the show.
Yeah, for the show. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He did a movie version of Stephen King's The Mist, and his first stipulation was he was like, budget's going to be $10 million.
Is this the one where they're like, is it like a hardware store or something like that? They're like
in a grocery store and there's a mist that comes in. Yeah.
I remember the ending to that now. As soon as you started talking about it, I was like, wait a minute. I remember how this ends.
Yeah.
It's one of the greatest movie endings I had seen back at that time.
Yeah. It's weird because like I had my problems with that ending because I realized.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had my problems with that ending, but I realized that that's because it's the difference. It's me. It's not what I would have done.
It's not the ending you wanted. It's the ending we all deserved.
Yeah. And because at some point, if I'm just sort of like, well, elder gods are walking around, there's a part of me that just goes, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, let's how do we adjust to that shit? You know, there's got to be a way, right? I mean, they exist. There has to be a way to live with it. You know, logically. You know, so the idea of giving up hope just never occurred to me. The idea of we're all gonna die never leaves. Mm-hmm. But I never was like, let's give up hope. To me, giving up hope is staying in the grocery store.
It's interesting because one of the things I like so much about the Cthulhu mythos is even though you're just food or whatever, you're basically going to be destroyed or go insane. The creatures that are doing that don't care about you. So it isn't they're hunting you or purposely trying to destroy your
they're just
civilization.
There.
They're indifferent to you.
Yeah,
you're insignificant to them.
Yeah, even the ghouls. You know, even the ghouls are kind of indifferent. They're just sort of we just eat people. You know?
Yeah. So you could picture this ragtag group of people that somehow survives in the apocalyptic wasteland, and it would be a pretty cool movie if somebody put that together.
Yeah. It's one of the. Are you familiar with the Secure, Contain, Protect Foundation, the SCP Foundation?
No, I don't know that I am.
It's a piece of internet fiction. It's a very big piece of internet fiction, actually.
Nice.
Where the idea is that it is a bunch of reports from an extra governmental group called the Foundation. And it has as its 3 directives: secure, contain, protect.
Sounds like Hellboy.
Very much so. It's like Hellboy, but they don't have a Hellboy.
Oh,
You
you
know,
need to have a Hellboy.
yeah. But the idea was that it's just reports of things that they have encountered, like the living mannequin. The living mannequin, and everything is spelled out very like. It's interesting because the writing is very dry and the story is in between the lines.
It's funny too because I immediately assume it's a stitched together flesh mannequin because there's no way you gotta go there, right?
Oh no, the person who wrote the living mannequin actually figured out something even weirder. They were like, the living mannequin is a female mannequin that looks like any number of other female mannequins. However, if a male gets within 10 meters of it, it starts to assume an alluring pose. Now, it never actually looks like a woman. It always looks like a mannequin. So it's never quite right.
It's just like you turn around and it's in a pose.
Yeah, it's just in a pose that's trying to get your attention. And if you stand there long enough, it will break off one of its finger, and in the blood that comes out, it will start writing things like, "You can own me, please don't leave."
Nice.
You're just like, what the fuck?
This guy had a psycho relationship in his past that he was drawing.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. Fucking definitely. Like, this is definitely one of those like, oh my god, she was so hot, but there was something wrong with her. Oh my god.
Oh man.
You know, it's the most famous monster that it has is this thing called the indestructible lizard.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like the indestructible lizard, basically that's it. That's the whole thing. It can't be destroyed. It will always find a way to survive.
You just gotta capture that thing.
Yeah, you just have. So they capture it, and the way they contain it is they put it in a pool of hydrochloric acid,
nice.
so that its regeneration, because hydrochloric acid
constantly dying and
kills it, but it constantly regenerates, and so it keeps it somewhat contained, but it keeps escaping.
That's one of those inevitability things. It's like it's immortal, so it's gonna eventually get out, no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of. Do you remember like Delta Green?
I've heard that before. I'm trying to remember what that is.
Delta Green was like a setting for Call of Cthulhu, where the idea is that you were these government agents,
right,
that were trying to protect everyone from the creatures of the Cthulhu mythos. SCP is that on steroids. Nice. I mean, I gotta admit, like, I was looking through their archives and I'm like, actually, this is way better than Delta Green. This is what Delta Green was trying to do, but it's really hard to come up with all of this stuff with a discrete design team.
Right.
They either got to
have like a ton of people's minds in it. So
yeah. They either got to all be geniuses, or you got to crowdsource it.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, you know, it is really cool. Like some people have tried to. It's a Creative Commons property, so a lot of people have made videos about it. Some are better than others. Someone has recently tried to make a role-playing game out of it. I don't know how that is, because like I find myself going, the fun of the game isn't fighting these monsters.
Right.
The fun of the game is having, I don't know how to say it. The fun of the game is just basically being a bunch of people who just are trying to do a job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but the job keeps trying to fuck you. And so all you have, instead of how to definitively deal with a thing, you just have like, all right, so here are the procedures.
Yeah, right.
Step 1, is it living? If so, can you set it on fire? You know? And so, like, the adventure is just all about, oh, God, how do we contain this goddamn thing? Well, we set it on fire and it got bigger. Clearly, that was a bad idea.
Nice.
You know, because but I don't know if the game is like that. It should be, in my opinion. It should be. But then again, I'm the person who always thought that the 40K orcs should have had their own role-playing game.
Yeah.
You know. So I'm just like weird like that.
Did you see the Army of the Dead movie? With
I
Zack Snyder?
did.
What'd you think of that?
I actually really liked it.
I did too.
I really liked it.
I don't know if people will agree with that, but I definitely had a good time, especially with that intro.
Yeah, no, the intro was great. Like, I mean, I gotta hand it to fucking Zack Snyder. No matter how I feel about the rest of his movies, all of his intros are amazing.
Yep. And he made the remake of Dawn of the Dead too, so
yeah, he was the director on that. I was a little bit worried that he wasn't going to be able to recreate that magic because James Gunn wasn't with him this time.
Right.
But I thought he actually pulled it off.
Yeah, I did too. It was like in traditional Zack Snyder style, it was a little longer than maybe it needed to be. But
I think I could have done without the whole... The one subplot that I wish had not been the way it was the daughter subplot.
Oh yeah, because it's just so random. I was talking to, I think it was my buddy I was watching it with, that we were saying maybe if this person she was going after was like a relative or something, like it just was missing
or even
something.
Just like your girlfriend or something.
Something.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that was one of the few things that got cut.
Could be, because I found myself going, I just need a reason for her to be doing this, because
right, exactly.
As far as I can tell, she's just sort of like, I have become attached to random refugee for no reason. And you're like...
It's like random refugee said, I gotta watch her kids if she doesn't come back. And that shit ain't happening.
Yeah.
That's her whole purpose.
Because why wouldn't you just be like, oh, she didn't come back. Oh, fuck, what do I do with these kids? Oh, right. My dad's here. Oh, fuck this. I got time to deal with that crap. You know, like he's going in there with some like army, but they could just go in. I don't care.
Yep.
You know, like that would have been the normal reaction.
I loved how that intro, by the end of it, I was like, okay, so we're not doing the normal zombie stuff because you just showed me all the classic zombie tropes in this intro.
Yeah. Elvis zombie was there.
That was awesome.
You know, but like the zombies that really took the show and stole the show for me were the Queen zombie and the Tiger.
Yeah.
You know,
as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, now I'm actually scared.
Yeah. Yeah. And I love the fact that the Tiger was still like a cat no matter what happened. Sort of like, oh, we're all charged. All the zombies are charging in. Rawr! Tiger's like, I gotta sit on this car.
It's gonna come, and it comes around from the back.
Yeah. Dude fucking shows up. It's just like, hey, I can kill that guy. See, guys, y'all running after food. It just fucking comes to you. I'm a cat. Fuck you.
Right. Yeah, I had a great time watching it.
Oh yeah. I actually really like that movie. It was nice to see a movie that was just sort of gleefully excessive.
Absolutely.
It's definitely what I call a gooder movie. You know, it was not afraid of what it was. You know, whereas I feel like the worst Zack Snyder movies are the ones where he doesn't quite get it.
He's trying to be too serious.
Yeah, he's trying to be too serious, or the tone of the story is in conflict with the tone of his filmmaking, which is what I felt was going wrong with Watchmen.
Yeah.
You know, you can't. It's kind of hard. I was like, it's kind of hard to do this sort of glorifying violence while also telling a story that is critical of it. It's not that it's impossible. It totally is, but I don't think he's that deft a storyteller. You know, and so you're just sort of sitting there going like, well, I guess Dr. Manhattan I guess that'll do.
I want my giant octopus monster.
Me too. Yeah, me too. I was like, Why isn't it just a giant? Could you not build a giant octopus monster? Like how much was that CGI really going to cost? You know? And then of course people, because the thing was, I remember when they were like they were talking about the adaptation, back when it was just like a pipe dream. Everyone I knew was like, well, they're going to have to get rid of the squid. And I'm like, no, you can't get rid of the squid.
Kind of the whole point.
It's the whole point. You know, the whole point is that everyone believes that an alien race has fucking made itself known. Right. It's how to put it. We're talking about the collapse of the Silver Age superhero. Mm-hmm. And Alan Moore is saying one of the things that ends it is the threat of nuclear annihilation. Yeah. And the realization that, because that's where science fiction went in that period of time. Mm-hmm. Ooh, big brain monster. Like, you know, the thing that wouldn't die. You know, the creature with 1,000 eyes. You know, like that kind of bullshit. Mm-hmm. You know, so it was fitting to have that be the symbol of the end of the Silver Age. And people didn't get that. A lot of people didn't get that. And a lot of people also think that, like, Rorschach's the hero. And I'm like, no. No, he is not. Don't get me wrong. I find him to be an utterly fascinating character. But, like, he is not the hero.
Maybe one day we'll get a dark, gritty Darkwing Duck movie. That's like
oh, dude, Rorschach. I would totally be in that. Well, like, he couldn't be like Rorschach, but he could be like Darkwing Duck. It's like, I am the terror that quacks in the night. You know, but I'm still trying to get my fucking Shaw Brothers inspired reboot of Hong Kong Phooey made.
Nice.
You know, and we'll see which happens first. You know,
the gritty Darkwing Duck reboot.
I actually love Darkwing Duck. Oh, that's one of those shows that, like, at the time it was like a guilty pleasure back when I still had those. I don't have guilty pleasures anymore. I just have pleasures. You know?
Yep.
You know, there's movies that I love despite everything that's wrong with them. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I like the Scorpion King, but all of my friends
that's a terrible.
Won't agree with me on this.
My favorite part of the Scorpion King is when the Scorpion. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. Wait, is it the?
You're thinking of the Mummy
King?
too.
I'm thinking of the Mummy too.
When the CGI rock comes out.
Yeah. Okay, that's the Mummy too. Okay, yeah.
Which is a good movie, but has not aged well. That really CGI was bad at the time.
It's god, yeah. It's like half the CGI for those Alien vs. Predator movies, where you're just sort of like, whenever it's just like a guy in a costume, everything's kind of cool, or it looks right, but then you get to the CGI thing and you're like, well, all right. I guess.
I think Alien vs. Predator R, I think is what it was called, if I remember, or Requiem or something like that.
Requiem, yeah.
I think that's the one where I finally started catching on to when they make everything dark in a movie on purpose to cover up all the imperfections.
Hide all the problems. Yeah.
There was so many times like, why is this so dark?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that was really weird is that that was the working. One of the things that brought back actual like mechanical and animatronic effects, because it proved what they could do, was the first season of Stranger Things. Like, nice. There's a lot of CGI in that, but the Demogorgon is actually a guy in a suit with an animatronic head.
Awesome.
You know, now there's some obvious points where you're like, well, that's got to be CGI. Like, you know, the tentacle comes out and like fucking chases somebody.
And they probably doctor everything up too, which is
yeah.
Gorgeous way to do it now.
Doctored up, but do you know how like the Demogorgon twitches and does all that shit? You think that's CGI? That isn't. That is 100% in camera. Nice. And I didn't believe it until I saw the thing itself, until I saw the animatronic at a show. And they were like, "Oh yeah, this is one of the ones we actually built for the show." And I'm like, well, what does it do? And then the guy was just like, oh, let me show you, you know?
Nice.
And I was like, wait, that was in camera? And he's like, yeah, that was in camera. You know?
That's super cool.
Oh yeah, it was super cool. It was so super cool. It's something that there's some sort of like beautiful rebalancing of CGI and practical effects that is happening now, where it feels like they perfected where the blend of one should start and the other should stop.
Yeah, I feel like especially in horror, it's useful.
Oh God, it's essential. The audience has got to buy it, even if it looks bad. You got to buy it.
Right.
And that was one of the big problems with CGI, because if it looks bad, you don't buy it. Period. A fucking practical effect can still look bad and you can still believe it.
That's one of the things too. What was it? Ash versus Evil Dead.
Yeah.
That series going on. They were using practical for that too.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't
came out great.
Well, it doesn't work unless someone's actually getting sprayed in the face with blood. That's like
getting like pounded with blood spray constantly.
That's the show right there, you know. Oh man.
To the point where he comes out of the cadaver's backside, you know.
Yeah. I know, it was so good. Yeah, Ash versus Evil Dead. Well, watch it. It's fantastic.
Absolutely.
I was also really happy that it like kind of brought in the entire Evil Dead canon.
Oh yeah, and it had some, like, the Necronomicon's always been in Evil Dead, but they had some more Necronomicon-esque Cthulhu feeling stuff in it too.
Yeah. I thought Lucy Lawless was a great addition.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's just sort of like, I am the witch who wrote the Necronomicon on the 500 pages of human skin. You know, you're just like, oh, I didn't think we were gonna go here. All right, I'm in. You know?
I like the ending of it too, but I won't spoil for anybody who hasn't seen it.
Look, I'm just gonna say, like, near the end of the second season, if it doesn't have you, then like I don't know what's wrong with you. Where Ash is just driving around with the corpse of that one dude, going, oh, "I'm so sorry, buddy."
Oh man.
Oh, it's so fun, you know. And that's actually why, like, one of the things that I always got into conflict with a lot of other like movie reviewers for, because I was like, no, at the end of the day, there's no reason a movie can't be fun. Like, not all movies are intended to be like giggle, you know, like,
right,
are intended to be like that. You know, you always need like a mother. You know, like that movie is just purely upsetting, but it's intended to be. That's its whole purpose. Which, yeah, by the way, if you haven't seen Darren Aronofsky's Mother, watch it. It's just fucking amazing. But sometimes you need an Ash versus Evil Dead.
Or a Bubba Hotep.
Or a Bubba Hotep, you know? Like sometimes, or a 6-string samurai. You know, like these are great movies. God, that's finally getting a Blu-ray release. Holy crap.
Nice.
You know, like that's a movie that I was sort of like, does anyone remember 6-string samurai? And like, there's always like someone in the audience who knows that movie. You know, but it's a movie that like nobody, I was like one of 5 people that apparently saw that movie when it came out. And I thought I was late to that party because a friend told me about it. Nope, turns out not. And
I feel that way with Attack of the Killer Tomatoes all the time. People either know it or they don't know it.
Oh, the only thing better than Attack of the Killer Tomatoes is Revenge of the Killer Tomatoes. Because like that thing was like that movie is like an episode of The Tick. The second Tomatoes movie is like, it feels like you're like, if you go and watch the Fox Tick cartoon and then go back and watch Revenge of the Killer Tomatoes, you're like, I feel like I'm watching the same thing.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. And did you like? And the thing that weirds me out the most about Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, however, is that there was a Fox Channel cartoon made out of it.
That's crazy.
That was actually a direct sequel to Revenge of the Killer Tomatoes.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
that is
it's
not a kid's movie.
Yeah, it was in continuity and everything, and I'm like, you have got to be kidding me.
I feel like you could get away with that more back then because they had a Beetlejuice cartoon too.
They had a Beetlejuice cartoon. They had a RoboCop.
I feel like
cartoon.
that was aimed at children either.
The Beetlejuice cartoon.
I mean, the cartoon maybe, but not.
Not the movie. It depends on what you mean by children. You know,
well, yeah, teenagers for sure.
Yeah,
maybe even 10, 11. I don't know.
I was like 15 when that came out, Beetlejuice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I didn't even know what it was about. All I knew is that there was a scene where a guy like fucking pulled his nose up and stuck his head through his skull and turned into a fucking monster. And I was like, that's it. All right, I'm in.
I still think The Waiting Room is classic even now. Where he's pulling the number.
Ding! Oh.
It's good.
Oh yeah. It's so weird because like I was actually talking about this where I don't know what it was about the 80s, but somehow in this like golden moment, the Lunatics got a hold of the asylum, and and every other thing it made was like fucking gold.
Yeah.
You know,
it's true.
It really hasn't been repeated since.
Well, it's one of those things too. You can tell when something's from them.
Yeah.
Like you watch it and it isn't just about how it aged or whatever. It's just the whole vibe of it. It's got its own thing.
Yeah. It was, and actually, it was actually one of my problems with the G.I. Joe movie that they did.
It didn't feel 80s enough.
No, it didn't. They were like, well, we got to ground this in reality. And I'm like, wrong.
You got to ground G.I. Joe in reality.
No, you got to have guys floating around in those stupid, like, fucking jetpacks with the fucking fishbowl over them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get people going like, Cobra! You know, and shit like that. And then they did the sequel. And that was a better movie, but they kept doing, like, Hoorah, which is an army thing. And I'm like, no, it's Yo Joe. Like, if they've just replaced it with Yo Joe, I'd have been like, yeah, there you go. But no, we got to make it like the actual military. No, you don't. What fucking military organization is going to have a character like Shipwreck? Like, they fucking nobody's going to deal with his bullshit in the military.
Now I always think of the Venture Brothers every time, too.
Oh, Shore Leave? Oh, no, yes. Shore Leave was a great take on Shipwreck.
It's like everyone knows exactly who this character was making fun of.
Yeah. Oh, Shore Leave. You know,
he has some of the best lines.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Even when they're in Sphinx.
Yeah, Sphinx. Actually, the character that I always I really, really appreciated was Hunter Gatherers. You know, General Hunter Gatherers.
Yeah.
You're gonna fucking you're gonna eat bullets and shit secrets.
It was a great cartoon that got better and better.
It did.
You don't always see that.
No. Like sometimes, like everything eventually, declines.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes that takes a while, and it's really surprising. You know, like Venture Brothers was like that. South Park was like that. You know, like they would eventually decline, but it took a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Venture Brothers had like
I want to say it's 7 seasons, I think.
Yeah, they had 7 solid seasons, which is like almost unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like even like Supernatural only had like 5.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which is too bad because like I really liked that show in the beginning, and then they shit the bed, And then it looked like they were gonna get back up. They were doing better, and then they just shit the bed again. But it was like a really slow shit. So you just sort of like, well, it might not spread throughout the entire mattress.
Mm-hmm.
All right, at any moment they're gonna start clean. All right, now we can replace the mattress. No, it's all shit now.
I feel like you always have that risk with anything based on kind of supernatural things. Any kind of occult based show.
Yeah,
You
especially
can get way off course at some point.
Yeah, especially in a format where you can't escalate.
Mm-hmm.
Like live action is really hard to escalate.
Yeah.
Because at some point you start realizing, wow, every demon they're fighting is just somebody in a suit.
Mm-hmm. It's the Star Trek problem. Every alien is just a guy with a different mask on.
Yeah, with a different nose, different forehead.
Yeah.
Quick, we need a new alien race. What do they look like? Oh, I don't know. They have a celery stalk on their ear. What do you want? We got to do 5 more of these by the end of the day. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So but with that said, have you seen since you brought up Star Trek, have you seen Picard?
I actually haven't seen it, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. I've heard bad things from some people and good things from others, but the people I've heard good things from are usually people I agree with. So
I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it. It did with Next Generation what I had always kind of wished it would.
Nice.
Stuff like, hey, we're dealing with the Borg. Didn't we have that character from that one episode who had like a big character arc with the Borg? Why don't you bring them in? And in Picard, they actually do that.
It was a difference between if you ever tried to role play in that universe versus watching a show in it, where everybody's like, oh, well, we met this guy. Well, now he's an NPC. Bring him on the ship. Now we're going to take this technology, integrate it with our ship.
Yeah.
When players play, or, whenever real people think about how to solve problems, you start taking this and that.
Yeah, it starts to not be. Well, one of the problems is that it can very rapidly not be Star Trek anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because like Star Trek has to have always at its base those ideals.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't like it as a role-playing setting very much.
Oh yeah, it's kind of hard to duplicate that.
Yeah.
The feel of that. Especially if the players aren't on with it either. There's just no way it's going to work.
Yeah, like Star Wars, I think is hard enough.
I just think of things like the phase and cloak episode, where they're like, we have this phase cloak. It's like there's no way players would have ever taken that back out of the ship.
I know.
That's not a one episode device.
It's just here now. It's just here now. Like, and if the Federation's like, no, you're not allowed to have that, we're like, we're going rogue.
Yeah, exactly. That's the end of the campaign right there.
Yeah. It ain't Star Trek no more. Now it's something else. Good of humanity. Good for the good of my ball sack. We're not doing that. Let's go.
That's it. So it is good to hear that in Picard, it sounds like they're taking some of those old plot points and bringing them back around.
Oh yeah, definitely they do.
So that's
like
cool.
The fact that Picard was a member of the Borg, that's important.
Nice.
Like 7 of 9 being a character, that's important.
Nice.
It's really, really, really cool. Including like they bring back some of the old characters like Hugh.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So you're like, oh hey, I remember you. All right. Also, stuff. Man, God damn it, fucking Patrick Stewart. When he cries, you cry.
Oh, yeah. He hasn't lost it.
Oh, no. No. He starts crying. You're like, oh, God, Captain Picard is having a hard time. Oh, God, I can't take it.
I'm going to have to watch this. I'll have to find someone who has Paramount Plus, or maybe just suck it up and buy it for a month.
Yeah. There are ways. There are ways. I mean, I saw it,
Yep.
Oh, yeah, set during Deep Space Nine. Yeah, that could theoretically work. Actually, what I always thought would have worked
Actually,
for
yeah, that would be better for a role playing game for
yeah,
sure.
actually, what I always thought that this was the Star Trek show I thought they really should have made, which was you're in the Outer Rim. You're like right in Federation, like new Federation territory. Like a new sector of space is starting to be like integrated into the Federation, and it's like the Wild West out there. Rather than having someone who's stuck on like a starship, you have like a planet. You do it like it's a planetary marshal who represents the Federation, and is just constantly there, just going like, "Oh God, how do I fucking solve this fucking problem?"
I'd watch that spin-off.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was hoping Discovery would be, and then it was something else. Not that I hated Discovery or anything. It just wasn't. I thought Picard was way better. But like that's definitely where I would have taken a Star Trek RPG, where you're like just outside of.
Yeah,
You're
you
still
don't have to
part
worry
of the
about
Federation,
canon.
but you're just outside of its jurisdiction. You're so far out there that they can only get commands to you every once in a while, so that the Federation is actually an obstacle that you have to actually overcome. You know, even if you're like, but I'm doing the will of the Federation. It's for the good of the Federation, but the Federation don't recognize that. So
Touch a Firefly in it.
yeah, or at least, or at the very and I'm sorry, can we just bring the Kzinti into Star Trek already? Officially, like I love the Kazin. Oh, but I've actually like, it's funny. I've actually given a lot of thought to like science fiction role playing games and like why they're a little bit harder to get off the ground.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, because people feel like they have to be like somewhat grounded in science, which, ooh.
I mean, it depends what you're doing. Like, if you're doing Star Wars, you don't really need to.
No, you don't need to
That's
do that.
kind of
at
science
all.
fantasy instead of science fiction.
Yeah. That's why I think it like it kind of works as a role playing game.
I think settings like that usually work a lot better as for role playing games too, like a Farscape based setting or something like that. It's pretty easy to throw together. Like, hey, you guys are a bunch of prisoners who escaped, and good luck.
Yeah, but I actually realized something about the space opera, which a lot of tabletop role playing games don't do. But one did, and it took playing that game to realize how necessary it was. You need the spaceship.
Yeah.
You need the ship, and the ship needs to be kind of a character. Just a little bit. And the only game I saw that actually did that was Rogue Trader. You know, because in Rogue Trader, you're the bridge crew, and you collectively build the cruiser.
Yeah, and that's Warhammer, right?
Yes, Warhammer. That was one of the role.
I don't think
Warhammer
I've played
role-playing
Rogue
games.
Trader specifically, but I think I've played other stuff in the same genre there.
Yeah. You know, that
That's
one, the funny thing is usually in a TTRPG, the space combat is the worst part of the game. You know,
Yeah.
in Rogue Trader, it was actually amazing. They actually were able to pull it off.
Yeah, I think it's key to make sure that everybody who's playing has some kind of role that's important in space, in the ship, in order to have that work.
Right, because on top of having your character class, you also have your role on the crew. You know, so, I mean, now granted, sometimes it's real simple. It's like if you're the tech priest, you're the engine seer. You know, done deal. Like, why would you be a tech priest and not be the engine seer? That doesn't, you wouldn't do that.
You're that difficult player, that's why.
Yeah. Like, well, I really want to be the bosun. You're a tech priest. Be the engine seer, you fucking asshole. You know?
Yep.
You know, but like having that was actually really cool. Like it actually really worked. We had an entire session that was nothing but one fight with two other fucking starships, and we were just riveted.
Oh yeah.
You know, just absolutely fucking riveted. And I felt a little bad because we ran into a problem because we realized the game, even that game, wasn't set up for what we were planning on doing.
Mm-hmm.
Which was, we blew up one ship and then we're like, we're going to board the other one and we're going to add it to our fleet.
Yeah.
So now we got two ships.
It's another reason why you can never do a Star Trek roleplay game.
Yeah, I know, right? You know, it's like, oh, fucking board them, boys. Let's fucking take this crap.
It's like, well, we killed all but one of the bird of prey, so now we're taking the other one with us. No, we're not reporting it to Starfleet.
Yeah, fuck that. We the Starfleet don't know, don't hurt it. You know?
Well, you're like, well, how are you going to get back there? Oh, we're going to cloak it and put it into orbit, and then we'll come back. You're like, all right.
Yeah, it's like, no, James Kirk would never fucking do that. And then fucking Star Trek 3 happens. You're like,
yep.
Yeah, told you.
There's precedence for everything.
Yeah. But it's so hard to get rid of what people feel is the tone of an established a property that's established in like television movies. You know, it's very difficult, you know, and that's where the rules kind of have to like guide you into the experience.
It's also a weird situation with canon because there's a couple different schools of thought there. Like, do you just say, hey, this is our own thing, so you know you can kill canon characters, whatever, it obviously doesn't affect the real storyline, it's our own thing? Or is that not allowed? Because some people really get like the good feels about like, oh, I met a canon character and it could have been something that really happened, and as soon as you go off canon, they're not happy.
Yeah.
And then other people just want to like blow up the Federation and change the entire worldscape. So, you know.
Oh, dude, like they should have made like a Klingon campaign ages ago. You know.
Yeah.
That would have been great.
That would work fine.
You know, like in my opinion, the best 40K role-playing game they made was Black Crusade, where you're playing the Chaos Space Marines.
Oh yeah.
But the only problem with that game is I don't think that the people who created it understood what they had created. It's like, wait, all my worst impulses? Oh, hell yeah, let's just do this.
Like, technically, you work for the Demons of the Warp, right?
Yeah, you work for the Dark Gods, so like, yeah whatever. Right. You know?
I'm sure this team will stay together functionally.
Oh, we found oh man, was so fucking funny is in our group, all the Chaos Space Marines had each other's back, kind of. Our sorcerer, we were a little like, okay, yeah, you can just go out there and get killed and eaten. But, you know, for the most part, the Chaos Space Marines were, people played those, we were just really into being the forces of chaos. Whereas the people who played the heretics really were trying to be the good guys. Nice. And we would always, the Space Marine players, of which I was one, always just kind of put the kibosh on that. Sort of like, no, we can't do the horrible thing that the Imperium of Man does. We can't take slaves. Who says? You know? It's like, oh, that slave is causing a rebellion, and I'm like, nice. Okay, boom, he's dead now. Fear me. But we're not doing anything. It can be hard to keep it. Yeah,
it'd be hard to keep that type of game on track.
Oh. It is. The game master has to be really willing to like fucking go with the punches.
It's practically an improv game.
Yeah. Like game master got no control over anything except the scenario in front of him, you know, or her. But you have to just kind of be okay with it, you know. Oh, okay, right. We're gonna try to blow up Earth. All right, that's just the plot now.
Nice. Well, it's getting late where I am, so.
Okay,
I'm
man.
gonna
Well,
disappear again.
yeah, it was good.
Hopefully, it's
seeing
not
you
another
again, dude.
year or two before I talk to you again.
Yeah, I know. Like my new Twitter is at Jack Satan Wave
Oh, cool.
because Nazis got my other one shut down.
Oh, nasty.
Yeah. Fucking Fallout. Casualty of the culture war.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for having me on, though.
Oh yeah, it was great seeing you again, Joe. It was really nice.
Yep.
All right. Well, say hi to the fam and everything for me.
Oh, I will.
and you take care.
You do the same.
Yeah, don't be a stranger.
Oh, I won't. I'll see you soon.
See you soon. Oh, that was cool. That was definitely cool. Let's see. The new Fantasy Flight Star Wars TTRPG is a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm told it's really good. I haven't had a chance to play it, but I'm told it's really good. Yeah, that's is it called the Saga system? Yeah, there are a lot of RPGs out right now. Most of them are actually very improv and roleplay driven. Like there's one coming out in English. I think it's an Icelandic game called Defiant, where you play like angels and demons who are trying to stave off the apocalypse. There's also my feeling on the Meta Barons RPG is very odd because it's like the biggest problem that I have with it is trying to figure out what I would do with it. I'm so much more interested in just Jodorowsky's vision. It's kind of like playing a game in like the DC or the Marvel universe. You're sort of like, well, I mean, it's cool to meet Batman and everything, but like, aren't I always going to be overshadowed by the Justice League? Or the X-Men or the Avengers or shit like that. Oh, Final FF board games. Good if you put a lien on your house to afford it. Oh, yeah, they ain't cheap. An RPG I found surprisingly enjoyable was Ars Magica. I'm glad you did. That game bored the shit out of me. I was so bored. It's like, ooh, Adventures in Mythical Europe. Sounds cool. Like, good concept, right? Great fucking concept. But, like, wait, what do you mean I don't play the wizard? What do you mean I can't play the wizard? What do you mean the wizard just stays in the tower all the time? Son of a bitch. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing Psychomagic as well. But I don't know, like... Yeah, despite the fact that it's on...
That is deep. I want to heal myself with this. Father, mother, sister. Why don't you listen to me?
J'ai décidé de rendre à la terre ce corps de souffrance.
Si tu es malade, je suis malade. Si tu souffres, je souffre.
Yes, die!
Sí, señor. Salí de mi encierro como una torre de marfil y entré en el dolor del mundo. Entonces me vi obligado a sanar, es decir, a inventar la psicomagia.
Yeah, Jodorowsky, one of the great magicians of the 20th century. You know, one of the few that could possibly truly inherit the title mage or magus. Yeah, I was unfortunately with Vampire the Masquerade, I was never actually able to be in a Sabbat campaign that worked. You know, like there was, because at the core of the Sabbat really was the oh, what did they call it? I forget what they called the coterie. Was it the tribe? Or the cell? You know, like the blood pact, you know, the one you had the blood pact with. You know, the group, the name of the group that they had. But the Sabbat coterie, like, I was like, no, you gotta understand. It's really hard to get people to understand that the heart of the Sabbat really is its structure. You know, it really is its structure. It really is the idea that you have this primordial link with these other people that just goes beyond anything else that you could have with anybody. Like the blood bond between sire and master in the Sabbat is non-existent. It does not exist. It does not happen. It is instead one's bond to the other vampires in the coterie. The coterie takes the place of the master vampire. And that's the heart of the Sabbat. That is the heart of the Sabbat. Because you got to remember that the Sabbat, their primary goal is to kill the antediluvians. You know, like, it's the strength that they actually have. The old vampires have no direct power over them. You know, that's the key idea. You know, Johnny Smith says, I have some of Jodorowsky's Psycho Magic books. He's an odd duck. It's fair to say he recommends shoplifting as a way to get over timidness. Well, he's not exactly wrong. I'll say that. He ain't exactly wrong. You know, it's hard to explain why he gives that as an exercise. Unless you've experienced something like it. Because what he's really talking about is he is talking about the small thing that you shouldn't do that it turns out you can. That just because you shouldn't do something doesn't mean that you can't do it. Because there are plenty of things that you shouldn't do that are good for you. But we're going to take an easy one. Shoplifting. It's a finite crime. It's a finite crime. But that is actually a very... how to put it? Practices like that, you know, that's common in a lot of magical practices. It's very common. Break a taboo, break a small taboo, and realize why that taboo is there, how much power it either does or does not have over you, how you feel about it. Like, it sounds weird, but like you steal something, you stepped into a larger world. Yeah. Oh, I've seen the movie of Dance of Reality too. Like that, I actually really enjoyed that. I mean, I actually enjoy all of Jodorowsky's films. I always feel so weird sometimes when I have a guest on because I feel like I just talk too much. You know? Founder of the Boy Scouts said the best way is stealth is to do it naked. He's got a point. He's got a point. That there's a practical consideration to that as well. Which is you can't get your fucking belt caught or your pocket caught or your clothes caught on a fucking tree branch if you ain't wearing one. And if it gets caught on your flesh, you know instantly. Yeah, breaking a small rule to explore being without rules. Yeah, exactly, Stacy. Yeah, that's the idea. Murder is... that's not even a crime. That's deeper. The taking of a life, that is... the taking of a life is a big, big, big deal. Even the taking of an animal life for humans is a big deal. You know, it's considered it's a dark practice. Murder is a dark practice. Because unfortunately, we've never been in a situation where it wasn't sometimes required. But no one wants everyone to just do it. Because then there'd be no people left, or there'd be no animals left. It's a dangerous, dangerous thing. It's a moral atomic bomb. You know, killing something is a moral apocalypse. It's a big deal. It's a very big deal. And we still haven't figured out, like, exactly what to do with it. You know, because we all know that there are times when you're going to have to take a life. If you're lucky, you don't have to make that decision. But we're not all lucky. You know, we try to make it so that fewer and fewer people are encounter that, or forced to make that decision. And it's one of the reasons that I get so angry with people who make displays of force as if they are displays of strength. Because they're very different things. They're very different things. You crushed a bug to death, moral apocalypse. Oh yeah, first time you do it. And you realize what you've done. That's a moral apocalypse. And it keeps happening as you move up the food chain. What do you think bugs so many vets? Is it the fact that they've killed? Or the fact that they don't know if that was good or bad? I knew this one vet. Watch the guy fucking break down. And I knew why he was upset. People were like, oh no, you need to learn to forgive yourself. He got angry. He's like, no, the fuck is wrong with you? And I was like, I get it. And they were like, no, he needs to learn to forgive himself. No. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. He needs you to recognize the fact that what he has done is monstrous. He needs you to understand that he regrets that choice, even if he had to make it. That even if that prevented him from doing something he would have regretted more, he still regrets this. He is still a monster. And he wants you to know that and recognize it. You know, use your fucking judgment, people. Yeah, true. For most vets, the fact that they probably just killed some guy rather than an evil man. Yeah. Exactly. Was it the right thing to do? I had to do it. Did that make it right? You know? Now add on top of that times when, like, the suicide bomber was a kid. You know? How do you live with yourself after that? Because if you're a decent person, no amount of someone saying you had to do is going to make it right. Nothing makes that right. Ever. And you know it. Nah. I actually, here's the thing, Stacy. I get why you're saying that, but I have taken a different approach when it comes to that shit. My approach has been, I get it, you need to be seen as the monster, so I will respect that. I will respect that you were a monster. You can still be a person, because monsters usually are just people. But I'll respect the fact that I'll respect this. I'm not going to tell you how to feel about yourself. You know? You know, and then for me, that's always been my tack with that stuff. You know, my question whenever I meet like a veteran or a soldier isn't, you know, to praise them or condemn them. It's to go like, ooh, how's that working out? You know, how's that working out? Are you you doing okay? Is everything all right? Or, you know, did you have to do a lot of fucked up shit? You know, do you need me to see you as a monster, or do you need me to be a monster I sympathize with? You know, because you can do both. Like, I'm a horror guy. I can do both. That's easy. I can sympathize with Jason still going like, well, fucking killing people with a fucking machete is wrong. Not that hard. Not that hard. You know, it's an important emotional agility. It's an important emotional agility to have, to be able to sympathize with the monster while still going, yeah, but you shouldn't have done that. And then simultaneously go, I can see you regret it. Because a lot of times, like, I could be honest, like most of the times I've run into vets who've like had to kill people, they don't want forgiveness. They want recognition that the thing that they have done is monstrous. They want recognition that they have gone somewhere that no one should go. You know? Because we're all just supposed to forgive. Saying I forgive you doesn't mean anything in the face of that shit. It doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Yeah, vets are not the only people who've had to take a life. No, it happens. Yeah. But pro-war propaganda is everywhere. You know, it's an ever-present demon. It's an ever-present monster. See, my grandfather was a partisan in Albania during World War II. Ooh. Suffice to say, he did things that modern person would call monstrous. His response, I don't recall seeing you there. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. My thing... My thing has always been, are you a monster? Yeah, sure. But I probably would be in the same situation. I want to live in a world where no one has to feel the way you feel now. But I know that ain't gonna go away just because I call for a kumbaya. You know, because that ain't about them. They ain't about them and what they need. And sometimes a man needs you to realize that he or she is a monster. You know who I'd love to fucking talk to? I'd love to ask about that. One celebrity I'd love to talk to about that kind of thing. Danny Trejo. That guy was on death row. You know, when someone like Danny Trejo says he believes in God and Jesus, I can respect that. That doesn't mean I won't disagree with the details, but I'll respect it. I can respect that because I'm like, no. You face death that's real. You spent like multiple years facing death every day, like right in the fucking face because you knew it was coming. Wasn't a question. It wasn't even a question of when. It was just a countdown. I had this one, like, I'll call him a teacher, even though he was technically the janitor of the school. They didn't pay him to be a teacher, but he was a teacher to me. And he said, war is a good thing to have behind you. You do not want it in front of you, and you do not want it around you. You want it behind you. I always took that to heart. He would tell stories, you know, watching a friend of his accidentally blow his own arm off with a grenade, that kind of shit. Harrowing stuff. How did Danny Trejo get out of death row? They stopped executing people in California. I don't know if that's stuck. Let me see. Do we have the death penalty again? Oh, okay. Yeah, they brought back capital punishment. Yeah, last person executed in California was on January 16th, 2006, Clarence Ray Allen. And killed in San Quentin. Yes, we haven't put anyone through capital punishment since then. I actually don't know the details of how Danny Trejo got off death row. But he was on it. He was on it. And he was in a maximum security for like 15, 20 years. Yeah, how Danny Trejo escaped death row and fought his way to where he is today. Oh, he was in... oh, no. He spent a lot of time on... Okay, he spent time in prison, but he... Oh, fuck it. Yeah, there's a video of him talking about it. Let's just watch that. Fuck it. Let's get straight from the horse's mouth. No. Not that one. There we go. Yeah, there we go.
What was the rape that was depicted in that movie? Was that accurate?
It was that, and not getting permission. It was.
No, I mean like the way you would see other prisoners getting raped. You know, in terms of
No.
retaliation and stuff like that. No. So when you were in prison, you didn't see a whole bunch of that.
Pressure is rape. Okay, pressure. You can, if there's a young kid in the bathroom and 6 or 5, if I pay 5 African American guys to go in and tell this kid, hey, you're ours, blah, 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 and make sure that thing's hard. And then this kid is, whoa, wait a minute. And I walk in and I say, hey, that's mine, come on, get over here. And I bring this kid over here. If that kid walks from that group to me, then he's mine. Do you understand? Because he just said, I don't want that, I'll take this.
Okay.
And me and Tyrone and a couple other people, we would get those kids before that happened, and we say, look, you're gonna have a lot of problems in this joint. Now either You can pay us or go with them. And out here, they would call that extortion. Okay, in prison, it's protection.
Well, you actually got addicted to heroin while you
Enjoy.
were locked up.
I don't think I was never not addicted to heroin.
Okay.
You know, I used heroin every chance I got, and whether I was in jail, whether I was in the county, and when I got when you're on parole, you oh God, you always walk around with a stash. Do you understand? Always, you always got a stash hidden in very unsearchable places.
They call it boofing.
Yeah, okay, so you know
you put things up your ass.
That's
basically.
it. You know what I mean? It's a keister stash. That's it.
Right.
You know? And so you got arrested. Okay, you knew you had something to kick with. You know, and so I was always ready. So, but I think my last habit I actually kicked in Soledad in 1968.
Well, in Soledad, there was a riot.
Yeah.
That happened.
That was the changing spot in my life.
Well, you ended up stabbing a guard.
No,
No, you didn't.
It was alleged that I threw a rock, and Lieutenant Gibbons got hit in the head, and Ray Pacheco socked a free person gas chamber. Henry Quijada kicked a coach gas chamber, rock gas chamber. So we were sitting in the hole and kind of feeling that we're done.
So
You know.
you were facing the death penalty potentially.
The three of us, yeah. And I remember saying, God, if you're there, me, Ray, and Henry will be all right. If you're not, we're fucked. You know, and it was like, and I remember seeing this movie. You probably won't, but it was with the East Side Kids. It was like a gang back in New York that they were all wannabe tough guys, and the toughest guy in the neighborhood got sent up the river, and he was going to the chair, and the rest of the gang was saying, yeah, well, he'll tell them, come and get me, coppers, and he'll spit in their eyes, you know what I mean, and then Pat O'Brien had to come tell him, no, he died like a little bitch, you know, he's screaming and yelling and shit his pants, you know, so they were like heartbroken.
Well, what was it like? I mean, you were how old at the time?
23.
23 years
24,
old.
yeah.
24 years old, facing the death penalty.
Yeah.
How do you come to grips with that?
It's kind of like how you do time. You do it.
Just do
and the grips were, I remember asking God to let me die with dignity. Just don't let me pee my pants. Don't let me shit myself. Please don't let me cry and scream. Just let me go and just let me like smile. And it's so funny because I remember thinking, like, every teacher I've ever had has said, you know, poor attendance, blah blah blah, but has great potential. Everybody said great potential, and even parole officers, you know, can do better, you know, and then everybody, like in school, they thought I was pretty cool and I was tough and all that, and when you're there and you're saying all that shit doesn't matter, you know, and somebody had gotten shit and smeared it on the wall, and they put "God sucks" in a hole, and I'm looking at this, and I'm sitting in this hole, and I remember thinking, this is what my life has come to.
Yeah.
You know, and I was pretty cool. I mean, I walked that yard proud, and I'm gonna die, and I'm staring at something that says "God sucks"
And shit.
and shit.
Yeah.
And I remember, I think for the first time, even if I had a mirror, I couldn't make this cool. You understand? Because if you have a mirror, you're like, I'm all right. Fuck it. I got it. Fuck them. They can eat me, but they can't kill me. You know, they can kill me, but they can't eat me. Something, you know.
Yeah.
But I couldn't do nothing.
Not this
nothing.
time.
And I remember saying, if you let me die with dignity, I will say your name every day, and I will do whatever I can for my fellow man. I said that. I thought it was going to be a couple of years. You know what I mean? Then they're going to top me. But good Lord fooled me and gave me the rest of my life.
Right, because the guard didn't testify against you.
Yeah. Well, what it was a DJ reject. They couldn't get any witnesses. You had 2,000 guys on the yard. And your mother did it. Mickey Mouse did it. Pluto was boning Mickey, Minnie Mouse, and they did it. It's like all this stupid letter. So the DJ rejected it, and Gibbons didn't know who did it. So we got to top out, and I did another year. I came out of the hole, and in 1969, August 23rd, I got out of prison.
Okay.
69.
I made this deal, and that's what I've been doing.
Well, I mean, before you got out, that's where you got the tattoo on your chest. Was that in prison or out of prison?
In prison.
In prison.
Yeah, I got that. The hairy Super Jew Ross did this tattoo. And we started it in one prison, and then I got kicked out of there, and we went to Folsom, and then he did a little more in Folsom, and then I went to Soledad. He ended up in Soledad, and we finished it there.
It was done with the guitar string, I guess?
Yeah. E string of a guitar.
Okay.
And it's so funny, in prison you see a lot of guitars with the E string missing, because you use them for tattoo needles.
Okay. I mean, these days people tattoo their bodies like crazy, but back then that was considered pretty out there.
Yeah.
A huge woman on your chest.
Well, you got to this 66, 67. That was when the Chicanismo stuff came, like everybody's getting Aztec warriors. Said, give me a broad. So we got Harry painted this, and Harry passed away, and it was funny. I remember when he passed away, his old girlfriend Jerry called me and was crying and said, he died. Nobody even remembers him. It's like he just died. He overdosed, and damn, and I had just done a big article in International Tattoo Magazine, and I talked about him, and this was the most famous tattoo in the world. So they gave me a plaque.
Oh, man. Oh, that's cool. That's interesting. Yeah. And as far as plot of Ed Bunker's Animal Factory, yeah, Danny Trejo is one of the guys he's writing about in that book. That's him. That's him. It's like a lot of people don't realize that in the book, Even Cowgirls Get the Blues, there's a character called the Chink. He's talking about the Victor Wong. That's the actor that played Egg Shen. No shit. Are we out? Are we out? Did this fucking thing go down, or? Did we finally get dinged? Oh, yeah, it looks like we're out. Oh, no? Hold on. Let's see. Hold on, where are you? Okay, now I'm just standing around like a fucking idiot. Oh, no? Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, temporary glitch, people. Temporary glitch. Just a temporary glitch, people. Yeah. What I was saying is someone had mentioned Ed Bunker's Animal Factory and how I was like, yeah, Danny Trejo's actually one of those guys that he's writing about. One of those dudes. Him. Not a guy like him. Him. and how that was sort of like how in Even Cowgirls Get the Blues is this character called the Chink, and that's based off of the actor Victor Wong who played Egg Shen. You know, like, yeah, some people lead interesting lives, man. Like, some people read like really interesting lives, and like shit happens. You know, these are the people who live beyond the borderlands. You know, out where, like, you know, that place where if you return from, like, everyone looks at you weird. You know, everyone's a little envious, but everyone's a little afraid of you. Oh, he's in the movie Animal Factory? Oh, shit. Yeah, I haven't actually seen the movie. Oh, shit, you're right. Yeah, Animal Factory. Yeah. I wonder if Danny Trejo is playing himself. He might be. He might be playing himself. You know, like, man, wouldn't that be fucking weird? Yeah, I forget what, like, Danny Trejo's first, like. Let's check it out. IMDb Danny Trejo. Oh, that's right. He was in Heat. She got a great ass, and you got your head all the way up it. All right, he was in a movie called Runaway Train as just random boxer, but probably the first movie that he would have gotten any sort of real notoriety from would be Bulletproof in 1987. Damn. Oh, wait a minute. Are they? Wait, is someone? They're doing another, like, Judge Dredd movie? Oh no, it's a TV series. Oh, it's in pre-production, so who knows if it's gonna fucking happen. All right. Yeah, I don't even have a cast. So who knows? Yeah, who knows if that's really gonna happen. Too bad. Cool idea. He used to be Eric Roberts' sparring partner. He got hired because no one else could stand Eric Roberts. It's a funny thing about Eric Roberts is, like, he's weird, but, like, yeah, then again, sometimes that's enough, right? Like, just a little too weird. Like, I can see, like, let me put it this way. I love Crispin Glover. I can see people not wanting to work with him. You know, like if an actor says like I cannot fucking work with fucking Crispin Glover, it's too much, man. Like I'd be like, yeah, okay, yeah, I can see how that would be the case, you know. So I imagine it's probably a similar thing with Eric Roberts. Like I never really had a problem with Eric Roberts. He was in a lot of shit I hated. He was in a lot of roles I thought were not good for, not that he should not have been in, but like as an actor, I always thought he was all right. Maybe not as the master from Doctor Who, but like, you know, some other things. He was okay in A Talking Cat. Yeah, I never really had much of a problem with Eric Roberts other than he was just like... Yeah, whenever I saw Eric Roberts in the cast of something, it was like, really? You know? It wasn't like, no, it's terrible. Why would you ever hire him? It was just sort of like, wait, you want him to play what? Okay. Wouldn't have been my first choice, is all I'm saying. Yeah, Eric Roberts is the talking cat. He's the voice of the talking cat in A Talking Cat. Oh. And I think, like, the reason, like... Yeah, David Dakota told me the reason he's in that movie is because they're, like, neighbors. You know, like, and it was one of those, like, hey, man, you're the biggest actor that I know of. Do you got, like, a free Monday? You know, just so we can put your name on the box and give it some marquee value. He was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, Louis, don't get me wrong. It's not a great movie, but I love hearing about it. Yeah. Yeah, I actually got to ask David Dakota about that. That was fun. Yeah, I hope he wasn't insulted. I was not trying to be insulting whatsoever. You know, cuz like I was there, I was like, no, I want to talk to the guy who did the Brotherhood movies and Sorority Babes in the Sorority Babes in the Death Bowl Slime Ball Bolorama. Yeah, Sorority Babes in the Slime Bowl Bolorama. Director David Dakota. To say nothing of some of the other movies that he's made, because I gotta admit, like he knows what movies he's making. There have been some times when I actually asked him about, like, hey, how come, like, in the Brotherhood movies, like, in so many of these movies, there's like, we refuse to go all the way gay. And he was like, for some reason, these movies sell really well in Utah. Am I saying they're good films? No. Am I saying I made housing payments? You know, and I'm like, yeah, I can respect that. I can respect that. Yeah, let's see. What was the last film he made? Oh God, he made like 5 movies. Like, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He has done 7 movies David Dakota has done 7 movies this year alone. Like, this man has not worked in a long time. The Wrong Prince Charming was one of these movies. These got, like, some of these have got to be like Lifetime films or something like that. Yeah, it looks like these days he makes a lot of like made for television movies, and then occasionally gets to do like a cheesy ass horror movie. With really fucking pretty gay main characters. And older scream queens. Oh my God. Yeah, motherfucker gets work. He works. So I just gotta give it up to David Dakota. Like, you know, hey. Hey, man. As long as you're paying them bills. Make that paper. Oh, man. Not all the way gay movies are big in Utah. Not surprised for some reason. Yeah, me neither. I wasn't surprised either. It was a little weird to hear about it, but when I thought about it, I was like, yeah, I really shouldn't be shocked. That guy makes a lot of gay non-porn movies. Oh, yeah, he is the king. He is the king, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. He is the king of gay, not quite porn movies. He's also like, the thing is that like one of the movies they did was actually I feel is legitimately good is Puppet Master 3. Like that he was the director on that. Like I actually feel like I actually thought Puppet Master 3 was legitimately good. Like Puppet Master 2 is definitely, here's the weird thing. Puppet Master 1 is really hard to watch. Puppet Master 2 is okay. You're like, oh yeah, this okay. This is about what I really remember of Puppet Master. You know, like I remember it being this good. You know, like not the greatest thing you're ever gonna fucking want to see, but you know why you remember it. You know, and then Puppet Master 3 I was like the first high point of that franchise. You know, because it was like, you know, Puppet Master, that was okay. You know, you look at it now, you're like, oh boy. And then after that, it's like, well, Puppet Master 2, that's a market improvement. That's pretty good. Puppet Master 3 is like legit good. And then after that, it just kind of goes downhill until you get to the Littlest Reich. And then it becomes good again. Oh, Puppet Master. My mom was bored with Puppet Master, but she loved Death Race 2000. The original or the remake of Death Race? Yeah, we talking, better way of putting it, are we talking David Carradine or are we talking Jason Stamos? Or not Jason Stamos. Jesus fucking Christ. Jason Stamos. Like, Jason Statham. Jason Statham. That's who I meant. The original Death Race with David Carradine. Yeah. Well, that's a fun movie. Yeah, the first Puppet Master movie, you watch it now, it's really boring. You know, it's kind of slow, and you're like, thank God this is only like 45 minutes. Which, first of all, you're like, wait, how long is this movie? It's not very long at all. It clocks in at under an hour. Yeah, I said Stamos. I meant Statham. Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys, a career low for Corey Feldman. Oh, I don't know about that. What about Dream a Little Dream? What about Rock and Roll High School? Oh man. Yeah, but basically what I'm saying is there are a lot of fucking like terrible Corey Haim movies. Lenny. And then someone going to be like, "Oh, that really?" Yep. Some really bad ones. Da 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 da. Yeah, this is not my pee. Yeah. Oh my God, somebody else saw that movie. Oh my God, someone else saw that movie. Holy shit. It does have Mojo Nixon in it. You know, I'll give it that. Do 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 do. Oh, I just realized something. The girl from Dream a Little Dream, the one that like Corey Feldman is lusting after in that whole movie, she's the one she's currently married to Patton Oswalt. Huh. I knew I recognized that name from something. Meredith Salinger. Huh. Interesting. I hope that's working out for him and her. So I would rather like, yeah, Slumber Party Massacre. Deborah Block directed Rock and Roll High School Forever. Yeah, I know, right? Also directed Pet Cemetery. Let me double check on that though. My memory is notoriously terrible. Oh, whoops. Oh, no. She directed, Deborah Brock did Slumber Party Massacre 2 and Rock and Roll High School Forever. Come on, Pet Cemetery. Pet Cemetery. 89. Who was it who directed the 89 Pet Cemetery? Mary Lambert. That was Mary Lambert. Who started out being the director of Madonna's videos. Like back in the days of like a Virgin. So like really early on. Oh, she also did the video for Queensryche Building Empires? Huh. Okay. That's a Wait, she was in something called she directed a segment of Tales from the Crypt Volume 2? Wait, what? Tales from the Crypt Volume 2? Wait, what? Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm now like, wait, what? Because when I see like Tales from the Crypt 1992, I assume Tales of the Crypt Volume 2, 1992 TV movie. Oh boy. But like, this isn't even like, what? I never even heard of this damn thing. It's got a segment directed by Tom Holland? Wait, well, how did... This has got to be really bad because, like, I've never heard of it. Yeah. No. Apparently, there's this thing called Tales of the Crypt Volume 2. Full movie? What? Here are the Tales from the Crypt seasons. You know, there's that one for that Shyamalan movie that I don't think ever happened.
It's very cheap. Only.
Huh. Maybe a couple episodes last year to make a movie for TV release. Well, it says TV movies, so I don't know. I'm confused. Coming to TNT. Did this ever happen?
Hello, kiddies.
Tales from the Crypt was always kind of a forbidden fruit of my childhood. It was edgy. I think it was ahead of its time. This dark, ironic tone is for me.
Well, let's see if that ever happened. M. Night Shyamalan, Tales from the Crypt. Why M. Night Shyamalan's reboot didn't happen? Okay, let's check this out. Filmmaker was all set to produce a reboot, Tales from the Crypt, but the project ended up never materializing. Tales from the Crypt, of course, began as a comic series, blah, blah, blah. Tales from the Crypt began new, blah, 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 blah. Okay, come down. The first attempt at rebooting Tales from the Crypt actually came in 2011. Wait, what? A 10-episode first season of this new Tales from the Crypt, which would thankfully be an anthology series, was ordered with plans to debut in 2017. Sadly, rights issues concerning HBO's version of the Crypt Keeper character, an invention of the show, not the comics, were still slated to prevent a return of the fan favorite host. Many Crypt devotees were upset, but didn't really end up mattering much because in June 2017, TNT boss Kevin Riley revealed that further legal problems surrounding the rights to Tales from the Crypt and its surrounding elements had led the project to be shelved. Huh. Okay. I guess that's what happened. Weird. What a twist! Turns out we didn't have the rights after all. What a twist! Well, that's okay. We have Creepshow. The Creepshow show is awesome. All right, I should probably get going for now. But I wanted to say thank you for hanging out with me at the last minute. I always appreciate it. I also want to thank Psychosorcerer for coming on and letting me yammer at him like a fucking idiot, which I always appreciate, by the way. So until next time, I will definitely see you on Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time over on twitch.tv, count_Jackula. And until then, remember, Ave Satanas, Disco Inferno, and Satan and I love y'all very much.